Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Cape gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba-da-ba-de-da-de-ba.
Spoon.
Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today? Beseku. Bada 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 bada. Skiddy biddy da bado.
Okay, tune to Spoon to be part of our discussion, to know exactly what's happening in Liberia, what's happening in the ministries, the agencies. This is where you get the news, you get to know the trending issues in the country. This is where you get to interact with the newsmakers every single day. And I'd like to say welcome. Thanks for joining us again. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Of course, we're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1. We're live on Super 95.5 FM. Many thanks to the radio stations across Liberia, our partner radio stations that are relaying this program. And of course, they're always here. They're a part of this journey, making sure that Liberians are informed, always relaying the program across the country. I want to say thanks to Punch FM that sometimes relay the program. Thanks to Trust FM 88.7 in Bomi County. Thanks to Gibi FM 90.9 in Kakata, Margibi County. Trend Radio 104.7 in Grand Cru County, southeastern Liberia, and a host of other radio stations in the country that will most times relay the program even without telling us. And of course, this is how we do it, making sure that Liberians across the world are informed. They know exactly what the happenings are in the country every single day. So again, I want to say welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight on Spoon Talk. We are live across the internet as well. And we're live on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. To all of you who are already watching from YouTube, I want to say welcome. Thanks for joining us. And if you're not, following our YouTube channel, or if you haven't subscribed yet, kindly do so to get all of the training issues from there. We're also live on Facebook, and we're live on our official Spoon TV page with over 500,000 followers. Thanks to all of you for joining us from there. And aside from that, we're live on Fabric TV, and we're also live on Super TV. That's for Facebook. And I want to say thanks for joining us. Thanks to all of our followers, thousands of folks across the world who always make up time to be here with us. Thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. Of course, lots of things happening across Liberia. This edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. You're gonna get more information right here tonight, and our folks, the CEO and the team will come on. They will give more details on those training issues in the country. But just quick one to throw in, because I want to make up time to start to take your course now, is that there was a non-guilty verdict handed down in favor of Lucas Riches, the American missionary who allegedly, who is alleged to have attempted taking away the life of Jessica Lloyd. That case was finally concluded today. Well, whether or not the legal team is going to take an appeal to the Supreme Court, that that lies squarely in the preview, but there was a non-guilty verdict today in favor of Lucas Riches. So that is just to say, and I want to open the lines now to take your calls. Let's go to the lines. Let's start to take your calls. Let's know exactly what's on your mind. Talk about the different issues that are of concern to you. We want to open up the lines at this time earlier today so that every single person here can have a say. Let me welcome a few of you here tonight. Welcome, um, Augusta Reeves. Thanks for joining us, ma'am. We appreciate you. I see Marcia Snilling. Thanks for joining us, ma'am. We appreciate you. Ruben Kebe, thanks for joining us. Miata Kemu, Ambassador C. Maurice Brown, and of course, all of you joining us tonight. Yata Smo, we appreciate you. Thanks for being here tonight. Ruth Care, and I see a lot of you joining us from across the internet. Thanks for being here tonight. Spoon Talk is about to take off. Kindly share the program as you join us tonight. So we have a good show. All right. So let's go to the phone lines and start to take your calls now. You can call us up on 0555 101075. 0555 101075. You can also call us on the WhatsApp number. I'm going to put the WhatsApp up shortly. You can call us on the WhatsApp and have your say as well. You can talk about whatever that issue is that is of concern to you, be a political, economic issue, religious one. This is the time when you get to have the opportunity to register those different issues that are really concerning to you, and maybe you want the authorities, the relevant authority, to take some actions towards. All right, so let's take your calls now, and I'm going to. I have the WhatsApp up. The WhatsApp number is already up, so let's go here and start to take your calls from this end. Hello, you're live. Can you walk away from a radio, sir, or just reduce the volume?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm Hiton Kikaba calling from Kota Fitch. Yes,
It's good to have you, sir. What's on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
yeah. What is on my mind is about the verdict that was running up today. So they tell us that we the Liberian we don't have no more justice except those that have money. Because you see, if that didn't have money, definitely she was going to win that case because it's a white man. So they with him, walk with him in his car while they leave the Liberians vulnerable, while they are lying and they're crying and they never pay attention to him. So that is why on my mind that today we got to know that Liberia have no more justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take another call here. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
Yes, sir.
It's Charles Wu, and I call you from Banos.
Please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you. What's on mind this evening is about the CSA salary advance with the Eco Bank. I'm a professional teacher, and the government has been paying teachers in Liberian dollar from rack of ages. Now, the system that they introduced, according to the Eco Bank, is only capturing civil servants whose salary are in USD. This is an indication that the government has disregarded and disrespected the teachers of this country to a higher level. This is the second time a scheme introduced for civil servants, LPA, just with disenfranchised. This one again, all other civil servants are going to be having access to that system, most especially in EcoBank. And this is the point. Whenever EcoBank take these kind of steps, all other banks are going to follow. And teachers are going to be disenfranchised. I'm saying to the CSA on two things. One, they either set a system where teachers, because only teachers are civil servants receive the full salary in LD. So teachers must be able to access that system, they must pay us in LD.
Thank you very much.
We are going to raise an issue against this government system. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Let's go back to the line and take another person here. Hello, your name and where you call from? Hello? Okay, we lost that call. Keep your calls coming to 0555 you can also call the WhatsApp number on the screen and you'll be live. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Man Teresa according from Soul Clinic.
Oh, Ma Teresa, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on. What's on your
Yeah.
mind? What is it you want to talk about?
Yeah, what's on my mind is I've been going to that small office. I can listen to your I told my son there the other time for situation. I thought to get me, but they said they were going to something me, but yes, they say I can't get nothing. And also I can want play your something, especially the Bible quotation, so that I can win something to help my son. But I can't get on your line. Yeah,
Oh,
my therapy is that the payment of the government because somebody can be helping me get a network. Every time I dey say the government I see again so that what's really on my mind is for it.
okay. Thank you very much for expressing that. You most times when you reach out, you just have to keep doing a follow up so you get the response you want. And yes, with the God can bless anybody, you just have to keep trying because there are so many people who can be on the line. Imagine a single line or just two lines, and you have over 50 persons calling at the same time at once. So it's difficult. It's usually a kind of difficult one to get through. But I appreciate you for calling tonight, ma'am. Thanks a whole lot. Thank you. Let's go back to this line and take this person. Please reduce the volume of your radio. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello,
Yes, let's hear you.
my name is Waka S. Bakana, and I'm phoning this evening from 24th Street.
Baka Vapana.
Yeah, 24th Street in Cinco.
Okay, it's good to have you,
So,
sir.
Nelson, let me appreciate you for the time. And what is on my mind has to do with the 10,000 young people that President Joseph Boakai talked about as it relates to empowering them through information communication technology.
Yeah.
I see that as a serious challenge because when it was introduced, and then there was a link that have information that should be filled by all, let's say, everyone that are wishing to apply. When you check, there was information that has to do with you should be recommended from out of FLA or certain youth group. Now, there are some of us that have no dealing with FLA, LINSU, and other organizations based on so stigma that we think they are being stigmatized with. That deprives so many people because they feel like they are not associating themselves with other FLA, LINSU, and other organizations. Up to present, those that even filled up those forms, we are yet to see the outcome of it. It is this one. We voted this government because we wanted change and not business as usual, like the president will always say. Let this serve as a caveat to whoever that is spearheading or coordinating such programs. This won't be business as usual. Maybe you just see it and try to put family member or friends on it. We are going to speak against it. When things are right, we will heal the government, and when things are wrong, we will also speak to the field. Thank you. That's what on my mind, and I thought about to speak on it.
Well, thanks a lot, Boakai, for your contribution tonight. Thanks for making your input on the program. Let's take this call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes, let's hear you. You're live on the show.
Thank you. I'm Michael work for Professor.
You say your name?
Oh, Kekula.
Kekula?
Professor. Yeah, Professor.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
What on my mind is about 40,000 people that they are talking about. The lay of people are talking about. They are the one who have too much with them. These people that they have.
You said they how many thousand people they lay off?
4,000. They're talking about 4,000. Talking about 4,000 or more than that. We're talking about yeah, they say they have money with it. They are the oldest independent country in Africa right here. And this thing has been going on a long time. What about all the other people in different countries? They can't have their own these people. What about what they are doing? The big getting paid. What are their work? You don't want them to pay you. These person will be prosecuted. That's silly.
Okay.
We don't have somebody on road. So,
So
the taxpayer money.
who do you
They're not
want to
doing
be
the work, they're giving
prosecuted?
them money.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your input. Let's go to the WhatsApp line and take some calls now. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Mark, and I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Yeah, Emmanuel, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Just two things on my mind. The first thing is having to do with locals. I told people some times ago, Liberia is a perfect ground. If you want to kill and go free, go to Liberia. We wonder why when foreigners come into that country, they treat us the way they treat us because our own leaders treat us the same way. If locals were in America, he couldn't have even survived even 6 months. That means we're going to be put in jail for life. But Liberia, here we go. He goes free. But you know, those people that did that, even though put themselves as jury, whatsoever that happened to Jessica, I wish the same thing happened to them.
There was no jury. It wasn't a jury trial. It wasn't a jury trial because the family wanted that, but Lucas said no. He didn't want a jury trial, so it wasn't a jury trial. Yeah, but yeah, just go. Yeah, go ahead.
I like right there for you. And the next one that I having to deal with, I hope you give me the opportunity because a lot of Liberian women may not love to hear this one. I just want to take the time to, to say sorry to Speaker Fonati Kufa for what happened to him, especially for his house. When it comes to father like myself, when it comes to husband like myself, because I know what it takes for such a man to build such a house and such a thing happen. But when it comes to leadership, and even those of them who house have got burned, and even those of them yet to come, I think they deserve it because they have the solution and they refuse to listen to the call of the Liberian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. We will still take some calls on this segment of the show. Call in, express yourselves, talk about those different issues that are of concern to you, and let's get to hear you tonight. Let's take this call. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yes, good evening. This is Maurice Vani calling from Benafan District.
Okay, Maurice Vani, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my brother, what in my mind is someone always graduated from that person as teacher, but no way to get in. They private school that will teaching in.
No way to get in where? No way to get in where?
Man, no job in the country. Yeah. People are teaching government school now qualified, brother.
Okay.
Yeah. Many of them, they get in there, they are taking money from the children. Each time they get assignment, they took money from them. Those are prepared to be there, they are not getting the way to get in. So we are appealing to this government, let them check properly and put the rightful person to the rightful position. Thank you.
Thank you. There are some good and very professional teachers in the government schools as well. You know, as much as you want to enter the system, let's also be fair to say that there are some professional people in government schools. Let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Your name and where you call
Thank
from?
you. There's a Paco calling from the Senafyama.
Paco, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you so much, and family. Oh, what I wanted to say to my president for the Republic, Mr. President, there's a Paco, our father, who can listen to the Liberian people. Please call AP to man and deputy and settle the thing. 1, 2, so the two ministers, your friend, the superintendent, the director, everyone needs calling all the youth, people are paying your please. Not honor man, the government. The government will suffer in a swan, in a or to the right thing. You see why the police director doing? Honorable try to put it getting shot, the job put it getting clean, disaster in play. Okay, our way.
Thank you, Paco. I don't know your line has gone bad, but I appreciate you. Thanks for your input tonight. Yeah, Paco always making his input there. Let's go to the WhatsApp line and take this call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello.
Hello, is this Nelson?
Yes, you are live on the radio. You're live on Spoon.
Okay, Nelson, what's on my mind today is the talk from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying this to Stanton. Stanton kept talking about these people that they lay off, that the government laid them off. They're not supposed to lay them off. I think these people were given time to go and identify themselves.
Yeah, to regularize their status.
What?
I said, yeah, you're right. To regularize their status.
Okay, and they never went. I've been working with the government myself, with education ministry.
Mm-hmm.
I was supervising. And I know there were, in my district, there were people, when I took over, there were people whose names were on a payroll, and they were not even working. So many of these people, you see, they are not working. They just added their names there. Some of them are dead, and they did not replace them. That's what they usually do. How can somebody, 10 people be on one account? So he shouldn't just be blaming the government of laying these people off. If I am working, I know I am working, and I'm legally employed. If I don't, if you think I'm not employed, I will bring my documents. I will come, but they refuse to come. Why Central keep talking about the government laying people off? They were wrong, and all of that.
Okay.
It's wrong. I don't like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thanks a lot for your input, man.
Yeah, not on payroll.
Okay. So let's take another call here. Let's see if we can get this person coming through. Okay, hello, your name and where you call from?
My name is Byron Taylor. I'm calling from Providence, Rhode Island, and I just want to give a few thoughts on the CTN problem that they're having at the port. I think that CTN needs to go in order for us to be able to bring goods in the country and it can be affordable. I think CTM need to go. If it's just an extra charge, because I remember I brought my vehicle into into Liberia, and I had so much difficulty getting that vehicle out of there. The money that they charged me just to bring the vehicle was, it was too much. And how do they want us to do business in Liberia or bring stuff to Liberia, and when they're charging us so much to bring those stuff to Liberia? So if they can get rid of all those little charges, hopefully the country things will turn around in the country.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson.
Yeah, thanks for your input. We'll go back to the lines. Let's go to our local lines. Yeah, 0555-101075. Let's take this one, and then we'll come back to the WhatsApp. Hello.
Hello, you speaking with James Tanu?
James Tanu?
Yeah.
Tanu, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, what on my mind is immigration in Liberia. They are not working at all because in my practice, I see immigration will catch people who was out of fake documents. They will just give them $5, $500, and they will just let them give them carrying the people to the office to ridicule them by paying the fine they have they want before now getting to the process. They won't do that at all. So this is what on my mind. I really wanted to touch on the immigration, meaning the officers in Liberia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's take this WhatsApp call. Hello.
You got it, man?
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you call from, sir?
Oh, my name is Jerry James Dovey. I'm calling from Springfield, Mass.
Okay. Yes, hear you.
I have to deal with the speaker. It's a clear sign that our people in Liberia. They voting for people they will know because leader as a whole, we must always care for your citizens. And then when they got born a few days, he posted yesterday that they're working on it. That's a clear sign. Our people need to know who to vote for. Your vote is of your unborn children. Your voter corporate need us a t-shirt. Or some of the people, they will get food in with $10, $20 any other day. They put people in power and they turn it back to them. And they say, hey, we're suffering. We're suffering. All that thing that speaker was talking abroad, guess what they call it? That's scheming. That's scheming that man also.
So, but the speaker posted that the ground floor is completed. But later he took the post down.
I don't screen you in Liberia or in a capital building, my brother. I don't screen you in Liberia. No time in Liberia. I don't know, my brother. My boss man being a former lawmaker is the superintendent for Riverside, so I don't screen you in Liberia.
Who was your boss man?
So I got people.
Who was your boss man?
Riverside or Barrett Debbie somewhere. I'm a former boss man.
Ah, okay.
So our people in Liberia, they need to be careful. I speak on that thing. I never want to see me. I job. We are getting close. Who get time for that one?
Thank you.
People, our people need to be careful. Thank you for the opportunity, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your input. Wow. Let's take another call here. Hello. Your name and where you call from? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
I'm Ben calling from King Grey.
From King Grey. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yes, I am tired of employees. They have been long overdue. Even against some people who gave names to the workers, and they keep all the people bank book, and they both go to the bank and they give them all the money. Even when you go there, somebody give you different names. I've been a victim of it. I was learning from my country. It happened to me. They gave me one name. When I got there, I was not getting even my pay, my real pay. I was getting one MO guy knew, and he said the person was a cleaner. I had to work after it and went to the Ministry of Finance before I got my real title. And the man who was the former man there was getting the pay. So those two men, boss man will not be talking to me like that.
Thank you.
It really exists. The only thing right now, I 40,000. Yeah, 40 million at the Land Commission office. You go there. The only thing I suggest today, let us call people establish it in the newspaper or radio. Call your name. If you know your name, you see it there, then you go there and go make clarity.
Thank you.
Some of them they where you they say you fire or your name stay on period. And
Thanks a lot. We appreciate you, sir. Thanks for your input. Let's bring in the WhatsApp call now. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Hello. You are live.
Yeah. Leslie, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to have you.
Oh, I'm calling from America. Hello.
Okay, so
hello.
Can you lower the volume of your TV? There's something on in the background. You want to lower the volume of your TV?
Oh, I'm calling from.
Please reduce the TV volume.
Hello. Yes. Okay, so I'm calling.
Yeah. Hello. Now you are calling, but your TV is on, and because of that, you hearing yourself on the TV. Then you listening to the phone at the same time. So just cut the TV off and listen to the phone.
Yeah. Hello. Now
Wow.
You are calling, but your TV.
I'm sorry, I don't want to let you go, but I will have.
Hello, it's me.
Okay, now.
Leslie, how are you?
Yeah. Okay, it's better now. Please go ahead.
I'm calling from America, to be precise. I'm calling from Kansas Junction City. It's about a verdict today that guy Lucas almost killed a girl, and God help the girl to live today, and they let him go free. You can see the guilt in the man's eyes, proving that he can't believe that they were to set him free. So where are our women that always demonstrate for women? Where are they today in Liberia? Nobody was there to support this girl. And they allowed the man to go free because she doesn't have money. So if you don't have money in Liberia, you can't see justice. Why must we live in our own country like that? That is my concern today. That girl needs justice.
Okay.
Things that they will not protect for, they go protect for it. This one today, where are our concerned women? So our mothers, our girls, they have no protection in Liberia. Once this man got money, they let him go free. And then the girl is out there crying today. Nobody was there to say, oh, let's do it this way. So that's my concern today. Hurt me, I cry.
Wow. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We still take your calls. We go back to this line. Hello.
Yeah, good evening. This is Jimmy Flomo calling from UJ Golf.
Jimmy Flomo, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah. You know, the way the show was, what's on my mind, the way the show was run last night on the Spoon TV, it just showed that the people in the government don't know even what they're doing. Staff that should not be behaving like that.
Okay.
How will you be crying, father? They come to poor ordinary Liberian down, those who making $50, those who making $100. You think that how government doesn't like that? Even when this Joseph Braga government faces, they're not just going to go take people and park them on the payroll because they are government.
Okay.
So the CO7 they're doing their work. Let them get a government chance and start crying CDM at the free poll or this and that. The government not talking about that one. That poor people, the one who lay down. 40,000 people, all the 40,000 people, they are not citizens.
Thank you.
So let's start doing that thing, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you a whole lot. I saw Boom Breaker on not too long ago. It's like Boom Breaker breaking some booms. So let me take more calls. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Luis Camara.
Luis Camara, please go ahead, sir.
I want to speak directly to Mr. Witherspoon.
Okay.
Yesterday's show, he kept just saying that people were fired from the government. Now, no responsible institution, even without a spoon, you never go take people there and put them on the payroll as if to say you're running an institution of charity, like a charity. No.
Okay.
JLD government inherited a bloated payroll. No institution will survive with a bloated payroll. No. So this thing got to be looked at from an institutional point of view. How will the government survive? For God's sake.
Thank you.
Sometimes, yeah, you own the network, but I mean, sometimes you just have to listen to public opinion. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your input. We appreciate you. We bring in another call here. Hello. Okay, this person. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Good evening. Good evening.
You are our final caller. Please go ahead quickly. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, my name is Mo Baba calling from GSA Right Hill.
Yeah, Baba.
You know, my talking point going to the same thing one of our brother was just saying. You know that sometimes when you're running the shows, most of our people, the way they understand things, they can be different in a common way.
Okay.
So the people say, oh, because of CDND, people, let me say something. Those are the guys and that we know. My father graduated from the University of Liberia, 2019. That man teach for whole 6 years. He now received a rightful salary, and he was government employee under the CDC government. So today, if the people saying that they're cleaning our payroll, let them clean it. They're not party business here. All of you people will be affected, but let the referral team be done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your input.
So, begin. Why you brought me on when I'm breaking some bones?
Now, I wanted the people to see how you break the bones.
No. You call me bone breaker. I'm breaking fast.
Oh, you're fasting.
Well, if you get up in the morning, you eat. The day you eat, the time you eat, you're breaking fast.
Okay.
Then you brought me on to show me to the public. Now the people asking me for food. All they saying, see you on the food. Look at Fadiga, look at me. Man, me I dry. Look at Fadiga. Fadiga still there, people see. Fadiga still now.
You want to put your mommy in? You better leave me.
Sir,
I'm waiting for Senator Kone. I got a lot of questions for him. So I saved
my man just stood up. And let me say this though. This girl they call Ellen L. Johnson. She was cooking, I know that double ghee or double soy the other day. So the BBC crab legs were in the food. And I said, I wonder they get know that she has to season that food. But it looked good though. I didn't taste it, but it just looked good. You know? Yeah, it looked good, but you know, sometimes you gotta dig deeper. You don't want another Fatima Vincent pepper soup. You know. We want to welcome every one of you. It's good to have you. It's going to be an interesting show tonight. We have the Senator of Bapolu. Is that how you pronounce it? Bapolu? Bapolu, right?
Bapolu.
Bapolu. I will ask Senator Kone to pronounce this thing for me. Bapolu.
Yeah.
You're going to be here. It's going to be so interesting. Look at Danny running coming on. She be running as if to say she's so addicted to spoon talk. You beg her to take day off, she can't even take a day off. You know, she be running coming on every day. She was just calling me all this morning. Am I going to coming on? Am I going to coming on? I said, yeah, am I going to coming on? Oh my people, I can't wait. A lot of people call me. I don't know what's going on with Amara Kone. A lot of people just attached to him. Fadiga, they want to hear what Amara have to say. Why do you think so, though, Fadiga? Let them take we got about 1 or 2 minutes. Let's go ahead. Let me bring Glenny on. Glenny, welcome.
You will not see heavy.
Heavy is my home. I rebuke it. I rebuke that word, those words in Jesus' name. I came from heaven, heaven I shall return.
Now see hello, Fadiga.
Yeah.
No, but seriously. What people so like, they want to hear. Now, listen, I understand we have UP Alliance Group. I understand that I'm from the other side of the river. I understand that. Oh, don't put everything on the back. But why people like so many texts, so many calls? When I share the flyer, people are so eager to hear from Senator Amara Kone.
I mean, a celebrity, he trained me.
Not only that, I think what I've observed, and for me, I'm very observant. I follow few politicians on social media, and I follow them, even though I do not say it, but I follow few people. What I have observed about Senator Kone is he's very meticulous. I think
I get full steam around my mouth. So much you lie, I get no full steam.
I know what to make out from the major king from Subway. I know exactly what you eat. Dinar, I know what's that.
Profit.
He just came from Subway. He bought the Italian bread and he did a BLT sandwich.
So you're listening to me, right?
I was listening.
I'm not hungry because I know if I sit here and I'm not eating, this whole thing will be a big one today with Senator Amara Kone. But Lenny, finish off, Fadiga. Yeah, finish off.
Yeah. And I follow someone that posted later in the last couple of years, been posting before they can people. I follow someone that give detailed play-by-play description of what he's doing in the Senate. And I went on his website. It's organized, coordinated, and I see someone that is heading somewhere. I don't know. I don't want to, presume or the end goal, but I see someone that is doing something in the Senate that we have not seen for some time with some other senators. He's careful. He's trying. And another thing again, he's trying to be like an independent voice. In as much as we know that he has a side, but he's trying to do something. I think it's the Dillon effect too. Since Senator Dillon went in the Senate and brought this lighting, few senators that have at least tried to challenge power, even those that they support, it's not something that we are used to seeing in the legislature. So I think he's setting himself apart, and if he continues that way, it's going to build political dividend. It's going to use political dividend, and what we are observing.
Thank you. Glenny, welcome to the show. But this thing about Amara is holding a lot of water. A lot of conversation I had today. Seriously, Mostly, people are positive, but they want to see the end goal of Amara. And the conversation going to get heated today because you know what we do here on Spoon. It's nothing planned, nothing scripted, but people are concerned and they're waiting now to hear Amara side of this story. When you come on Spoon, we squeeze you. And people really want to understand from Amara 4 months into this government, then what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think hello everybody. It's good to be here. I think Amara is almost like setting himself apart. And the intriguing thing about him is that yes, he was in the government before, in the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government. He was also a finance minister. People tend to gravitate towards him to hear what he's saying. But what is significant now is what he's doing. It's like separating himself from saying not because I supported this government, it means that what they're doing, if it's not right, I'm not going to speak. He also has some personal biases there. Also, he's a senator for a district county, and then not only that, he's a financial person. He's worked in different areas. I think he also worked with the World Bank. So there may be things that he knows about Liberia that some of us may not know and not be privy to. But I think right now, it's just like you said, comparing him to when Dillon came into power, he's on the top right now. He's the one everybody's listening to. So the new kid on the block.
Are you sure? He's on the top? Seriously?
I'm saying like everybody. When I say on the top, he's.
So you want to talk about our brother and waiting for Amara?
No, I'm not saying that. I can never say that. I can never say that about my brother. What I'm saying is the fact that he's new. He's new to the Senate. He's saying a lot of things, so people want to hear him. People want to, not only are they listening to him, but they're also seeing whatever he's saying. How long is it going to last? So there are a lot of people will be critical about him. It's like, is this just a bluff? Or is this somebody that
I don't want you to put everything out. I want to it's important tonight conversation. I'm trying to slow walk this thing because I want 2 or 3 other folks to join us. They logged it in. Then I can bring in Senator Amara Kone. He's ready. He's in the back. We'll be talking about LDC today. Something's seriously happening at LDC. And I really want to hear from Senator Amara Kone. The $300 million that is coming in by way of the World Bank, the 10% kickback, the reason why Money Captain don't want to leave. The issue that kickback have some other agreement attached to it. The reason why Money Captain have refused all appointments sent in by the President Joseph Yema Boakai, one of which is Frederick, the new appointed CFO as of today. When the captain said he cannot accept him. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone on the budget. The big budget, the big one. A lot of people, a lot of pork, a lot of movement. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone on the budget. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone on MedTech and CTN. We have the document concerning MedTech and CTN that was prepared by Commissioner Dobo Jala and Commerce Minister Amin Wadao. Those documents were sent to the government. President Joseph Yema Boakai, the people's president, is on his decks. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone. I mean, their recommendations, we're going to flag it and we want to show it. I will put those documents in the chat room. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone about NSA audit that will decommissioner and also CBL audit that will be ending in May. We got some document from CBL as to how far the audit have come. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone about the $83 million and the extra amount that was requested by Samuel 12. We have that letter, folks. It was requested by Samuel 12 in December. So I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone. I want to hear from Senator Amara Kone his request, his recommendation that Sylvester Grisper should resign, should step down because of the 117,000 from NASCAR, the people's pensions money, the poor people money. I want to hear from Senator. It's a lot. It's a lot on this list, folks. It's a lot on this list, but we have to dig in. We got to make it so interesting because Liberia deserves better. And lastly, we will hear from Senator Amara Kone, his relationship with the UP Alliance. Is he in? Is he out? If you have your question, folks, you can post your question on our live thread. We will read your question. We will question Senator Amara Kone. He's here to stay. We're going to have a good program. We got trying to drag this to 9 minutes because a lot of folks trying to switch off from the game. The county meet, the national game, which, I mean, how you call that game, Isaac? Welcome to the show. Arsenal and who? What kind of game is it? I don't know, but a lot of folks telling me, Stanton, the game almost over. Is it over now, Isaac, though? You are muted, sir.
Actually, I've not been planning the county meet today.
No, not the county meet, the European game.
The European game. I think Arsenal game is over already.
Okay.
And the other game for Manchester United, Manchester City and Real Madrid is still on because I think we should go in extra time.
Okay, so I think we will bring in America because all the games about or the Champions League about to be done. We will be bringing in Senator America in about 2 minutes. He's all set. Can you lower? I think you're watching the game. Can you lower the volume, Minister Doe? I want to bring you in and hear your take before we bring in the senator. Former deputy minister. I mean, that's the right thing you're doing anyway because you're a former deputy minister for football, right? So you're watching football. Talk to me, Minister Doe. Talk to me, Minister Doe. We're not hearing you. All right, I think you talk. I'm talking to you. If you can hear me, we're not hearing you. You gotta unmute.
You are muted. You are muted.
I'm okay. I think I should be good now.
Yeah.
Some rescue boy was trying to do something to my computer. But it's good to be back on always for the interest of our country. Hi to everyone, our listeners. Just to open quickly, let me open on a very big disappointment that I have today. I feel sorry for my country for the fact that Liberia was lied to, and here we are again. The IMF is having its spring meeting that goes for about a week or more. And from our investigation, and we challenge the government to prove us wrong. We have about 37 government agencies, commission or ministries that send representatives on average 3.5. That will be talking about more than 100 persons attending a meeting from a country where civil servants have not yet taken pay, from a country where during the campaign there was all of the noise about 25, 17, 18 people attending the same meeting. It does seem as if the rescue was actually an excuse. And I'm so sad for my country. It is hard to talk. I felt bad today when we're getting the information, trying to find out exactly who went with the information we've gotten. About 100% attending for a week where you have to pay DSA, plane ticket, hotels. I think we are in for a mess. Unfortunately, all of the campaign talk seems to be was, look, President Weah, you were doing this small. We will do it even big. And today we are seeing a triple any number President Weah has sent. Unfair, unfortunate, and of course our country is going backwards.
So thank you. I think I want to say thank you very much, Asido. I think we'll reach the number. It's about time for us to bring in Senator Amara Kone. He's all set. And we said, welcome. I cannot hear from you because I want to bring in the senator right now, but I can give you 30 seconds, real quick.
Oh no. Basically, I just wanted to say that I had to leave last night. My wife wasn't feeling well, but she's feeling okay now. Thanks for all the well wishers and thanks everybody. I'm looking forward to a good show with Senator Conant tonight. Thank you very much, Stanton.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always good to have you. Glendy Genius, thank you. Al Hussein Eugene Fadiga, thank you. Minister Alcido, thank you. And the economist from LSE, thank you very much, Uncle Samuel.
The other mayor,
Let's welcome the Senator, Senator Amara Conant. Let's welcome him on the show. Senator, it's good to have you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. As always, welcome to the Spoon Talk.
Hello, Spoon. Good to see you again. Long time. Glendy, how are you?
All right. I think we gotta make some adjustment. I think we need to make some adjustment.
There, and that's my own pop.
All right. Can we make some adjustment, Senator? The light. Yeah. Can we make some adjustment? The light. Is there any way you can come closer for us to hear you better?
No, it's clear now. It's clear now.
How about this? Good?
It's good. Can you hear us?
No?
Can you hear us? All right. The internet, man. All right. So let's see if the senator can do something. I will call him on the phone and make some adjustment. I know the internet will be back from his end. Of course, we wish the senator was in the studio. Uncle Sam, I level with you. Talk to me while I straighten us stuff with Senator Amara Conant. So go ahead.
I'm looking forward to hearing from the senator. He seems to be having some issues. I mean, he clearly seems fully committed to the rescue train and like a good person, a person who's a patriot. He wants the train to go in the right direction. And so he's sounding some alarms. I mean, and he's doing it as a patriot. And I want to ask him exactly what are some of the issues he has and how does he think the train can get back on the right direction? Because he clearly has some issues, but he's not a, what do you call it thing? He's not a lone ranger. He doesn't, I know him well. He doesn't work in isolation. He's a team player, but he just wants to apparently put the train back on the right track. And I look forward to hearing from him what his views are. And also his views on development going forward. What does he think the country is? What are some of the key issues, the challenges, and what are some of the strategic plans and implementation strategies that we need to put into place to get our country back? To get our country on the right track to improve socioeconomic development for our people. So I'm really looking forward to that. It should be very, very interesting. He's a young, brilliant man, and I look forward to the interchange.
Okay. What's trending for you today, Fadiga?
Well, there's never a dull moment whenever the senator is here. He brings fire. I've been following his 90 days deliverables. He has some good things in there. I mean, I saw 12 or 13 points that he raised from the stuff at NOCAL to growing over the budget. And he mentioned one thing about MICAT, about something he's going to be doing with the media. Let me get it. President Boyka national budget. He signed a war and economic crime. He introduced the Presidential Transition Act of 2024. Pre-finance relief effort, plays some key roles. These are some of the things that there are a lot. I don't want to go through it. And then he also submitted a finding from the GSC audit on potential violation of contract, the 83 million. So there are a lot of things that for a freshman senator, someone that's just coming in, I think he's doing a lot. And they say if it's not written it didn't happen. He's one of those people that tend to be very meticulous in cataloging everything he has done.
Yes.
A website that is very professional. I think his move is enviable. I think other people should start watching. He's somebody to watch out for.
Yeah, I know we're waiting for Stanton and waiting for him, but it's important for me to note here as a woman, today the case in Liberia with Lucas and Jessica, the missionary who was accused of slicing this young woman's throat. Today we heard that this man was freed. So that for me is concerning. I don't understand how it went to a bench trial where the judge was the lone one to make that decision. I don't understand why it didn't go to the Supreme Court. But it's just when you hear the different stories, and I know someone is not guilty until proven, but with all of the evidences that showed for us to see today, for me to see today, that Lucas was set free, it's a bit concerning for our judicial system in Liberia. And I stuck behind it until I found out who the judge was. The judge is actually Judge what's his name? Nelson Cannon of the criminal court B. He is the judge. He's the one who adjudicated the case. And according to the news people, the different people said that he didn't find that there was enough evidence to convict him as to being guilty. And there's so many people who have diverse views on this issue. So while we wait for Stanton, I'm sure some of you may have seen the story today or heard about the findings. If you want to just maybe 30 seconds each until Stanton returns, and then we can start with Senator. But that's trending in Liberia today. On that case is a serious thing.
Sis Glennie, can I go? What I have observed, this is supposed to be a very religious country, Muslim, Christian. You see churches and mosques, and people tend to be very religious in this country. But our attitude is the opposite of anything that is religious. And I'm not. It maybe seems too harsh, but honestly, we worship money in this country. With money, you can get almost anything done in this country. There's no loyalty in this country. Mm-hmm. People, when we get hungry, the first thing we eat is our integrity. People have no problem eating their integrity in this country. Everybody has to be very careful to the point that people go through extreme length. I think Mr. Jackson just said one time, you will go to court. Look, you will give lawyers your money, and you have to run behind the lawyer. Lawyers are criminals as much as the criminal. You have to be. It's like, how did we arrive at this point that people are just so dishonest?
Yeah.
It's like they do not have a soul. They are not. No, I live in Muslim country and I've lived in Christian country. But one of the edge, and people will beat me for it, I don't care. One of the edge I've seen with the difference, those people are afraid of God. They are so afraid to believe instant karma to the point that a God, they behave. I'm not saying that they do not do evil. They are not evil and they do not do bad things. But they are so conscious about hurting in certain things that they believe that it will have a direct impact on that person or their generation. So they are very careful. People will knowingly and willfully do bad, support evil, lie, cheat, and then say that pray about it.
Isaac, you want to say, you have anything to add, Isaac, though?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And, in as much as we hate it, this is justice under the rescue mission. I'm not a lawyer, but I would need someone to come in front of me and take big book out of it and just simplify it for me to understand it. When the ruling came up today, I wasn't sure if I was reading it right or something was wrong for me or something. They said due to lack of evidence. But we saw Facebook videos all around here of someone who'd been almost cut off. We saw the mark. So it said that the system is saying, okay, lady, yes, you had a throw, almost caught with Cine. Maybe it is not the man who did it, maybe someone else. Like, what kind of evidence was insufficient? Again, I think there should be a case brought up by the government of Liberia, by which the Justice Ministry, in my mind, I may be wrong, where the people, taking on the case with the man. But again, I am not sure if there's a way I have to put it. I couldn't get that. I still don't get it, because what else is the evidence besides the human being that we all saw, human being that's there? Unless you are saying, okay, yes, it happened, but maybe someone else did it, not this person you are accusing. It is something that we all saw, and my understanding from the issue, the lady herself was one of those who spoke on it. So what other evidence would be more than the human being that exists? I really couldn't understand it, but this is the rescue justice. Probably everything has been rescued, and we are not understanding how the country is going. Instead of us going front, maybe we are walking backwards. Somebody needs to make me understand exactly how did that whole one happen. But frankly, I don't get it.
Yeah. Senator, you ready?
Yeah. So Senator Amara Corner is on his way to the studio, which is better, right? So we're going to go ahead and do our sidebar conversation. Oh, he's in studio that fast. Wow. He's in studio. So once he's all set, we're going to bring him on. It's good to have you, Dr. Bropley. It's after 5 p.m. Eastern time. It's after 9 p.m. Liberian time. We must do this show. I understand that we are talking about lookers being cleared today in the court. We will also incorporate this and ask Senator Amara Corner, being that he's one of the 29 senators at the Capitol building right now. We must ask him, because it was kind of too funny from where I sit. I received the document. I asked the guys to go receive the court document. They send it over to us. It's disturbing, folks. It is. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you on. We will now bring in Senator Amara Corner, senator from Bapolu, who is our guest tonight. Please share your question, your concern. It's going to be well discussed tonight. Share the show. Share the show, please. Share the show. Let's welcome Senator Amara Corner to Spoon Talk. Senator, as always, it's good to have you. Thank you for being in the studio, where we get better internet and everything. We're going to have a good conversation. That's all right, Senator. You said we can hear you. You can hear us, right?
Hello, everyone.
Good.
I wanted to do this from my home, but the internet sucks there. So
yeah, be comfortable.
For me, I don't live too far from the studio. Pops, how are you?
Uncle Sam, he's speaking to you.
Oh, so Amara is my very, 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 very close friend and political ally. We don't agree on everything in terms of the dispensation, but he appears to be a man of integrity who is speaking his mind, and I like it. Sometimes I say you're talking too much, but he says he's fearless and he intends to speak his mind. So he's one of those courageous young men from your generation, and I admire him greatly. I disagree with him on many, many issues, but I like his courage. So welcome, Mr. Senator. Nice to see you. I see you're balding. When I met you about 20 years ago, you had a lot of hair.
Now I'll tell you why I am taking the stand that I'm taking, because I may not double this the number of years that I have. So we have to leave a legacy.
Okay. It's always good to have you, Senator Amara Corner.
Thank you.
We totally, and it's good that you.
Randy, how are you?
Hi, Amara. How are you?
Good to see you, Isaac, Dr. Brookler. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Thank you. So again, Dr. Richardson couldn't be here. It's the day that she work. She's at work, but she extends her greetings to you. Fatima probably going to be joining us and the rest of the team. But we're good. We're fine. Let's have this discussion. We'll give you 2 to 3 minutes to give us your intro, and then we have a bunch of questions from all walks of life that we'll be posting to you. It's all yours, Senator Amara Corner. Welcome.
Thank you, Spoon. Thanks to all of you for keeping the platform going. I'm happy to be here. It's been 90 days since I took my oath, along with 29 other senators, to serve the public, the Liberian people. I take that oath very seriously, and it's been an interesting journey for me, both a learning experience, a humbling experience, as well as an opportunity to, use my limited knowledge and experience to help make the Senate better. I found the pro tem to be a quiet, decisive leader. I think she's committed to reform. We'll see a lot of reforms. It will be slow because change can be painfully slow. I see a lot of committed senators who perhaps, because of the transitional period, are still trying to find the right timing to step up. But I see a lot of them committed to changing Liberia. When we opened the 55th Senate, each of us was given the opportunity to talk about our experiences in the campaign. And I was the last to speak that day. So I benefited from listening to the other 29 senators. Just so everybody knows, my county was the last to be created, and I'm the second senator, the junior senator. So I get to vote last. I get the benefit of listening to everybody's view, and then that helps me to make an informed decision in the best interest of the country. And that day we heard about the cradle of leadership. We heard about program budgeting. We heard about the lousy schools. We heard about the bad roads across the country. We heard about the non-performing health facilities across the country. Everybody talked about this in their counties, and there was a big appetite for program budgeting. There was a lot of big ideas around increasing funding to the counties so that we focus on local economic development. We talk about operationalizing the new Local Government Act, with emphasis on fiscal decentralization, where we push money out to the counties so that they begin to take responsibility for some of their own welfare. It is because of those promises, when we talk about the cradle of leadership, that has, put this new fire in some of us to make sure that we keep ourselves and our colleagues honest to that, because I think that's what the Liberian people need. Spoon, nothing works in our country. Nothing works. And if you are a patriotic Liberian, you will be as unhappy as the people in Douala, the people in the Southeast, in Western Liberia. Nothing is working. And I think when we all sign up to push for change, it was not because we hated Mr. Weah. It was because his administration was noisy and chaotic and not focused on those priorities that we thought he would focus on. And so all of us collectively work together to usher in this new regime. And I think the best we can do to it is to nurture it early on in the beginning, so that they can focus on the promises that we all made to the Liberian people when we were canvassing for their votes. So I'm happy to be here to talk about that and anything you have. No holds bar. Let's do it.
Thank you. Let's do it. I mean, we all set, ready, we rock and roll. Senator, thank you for joining us. We got a lot. We will go around the table, 2 questions each. Give you a chance to answer. Probably your answer will be so long. But we'll consider the fact that not too long, lay out to our question. Guys, let's stick to the question because we have to be sure of the time that will favor others. I want to know off the bat, you said nothing working. I'd love to listen to ask my question, Senator Amara Corner. Nothing working from which end? The lawmakers, the executive, the judiciary, Nothing working is a general term, but nothing working, please be specific, sir.
Yes. I'm focusing, my emphasis is mostly on basic services, in the country. All the basic service delivery institutions are struggling. They are struggling with capacity, which we know has been the case. It's not just now, but they are also struggling with resources to deliver. And I'm talking about education. Most of the schools across the country, the infrastructure are in ruins. They've been neglected. The school system is littered with volunteer teachers. These are people who are stepping up because of the failure of their government to fill in the spot of, to fill in vacancies due to the departure of teachers or the retirement of teachers. And in some, in all of the cases, the Ministry of Education has not designed a program to, provide in-service training to these volunteer teachers so that they are teaching the children based on the curriculum and try to figure a way to migrate them into the system. Similar thing is happening in the healthcare sector all across the country. Today, I had the opportunity to listen to the health minister when she presented her expenditure budget to the budget committee in the legislature, and she presented about 1,700 volunteer health workers, and she's asking for, I believe, $1.6 or $7 million to absorb them on the payroll. But then the question is, are they really trained, qualified, competent healthcare workers? So these are some of the things that I think challenges this administration has. The same thing is with the law enforcement, the police. You go to communities, you have what you call community policing. And under our Constitution, these community police personnel, volunteers, don't have any rights to arrest anybody. If you look at it legally. But because in the absence of law enforcement, people accept it. Maybe they don't know their rights under the Constitution. So what are we doing to increase the full size of the police, incorporating some of these people who live in the community to try to get them legally in a position to enforce our laws and to maintain the peace? So this is the basic services area. The security part, we get all these security reports every day that Burkinabés are crossing from Cote d'Ivoire into Grand Jide in the forest there. Nobody knows what they are doing. So it creates panic because there's no presence there. So we have to, as a new government, really bring the stakeholders around the table to try to deep dive into this IREST agenda, which I believe the acronym is right. It covers most of the things that should enhance economic growth. But there needs to be a broader consultations, not just with those who supported Mr. Boakai for president, but certainly those who did not support him, as well as getting citizen participation. This is what I'm talking about when I say nothing is working. You come to the airport is only 6-7 years old. It's not the biggest airport, but it's better than what we have. And we have to make it better. We have to make sure that the electricity is on. We have to make sure that the escalators are working, that the bathrooms are working, the jetways are working. We have to start thinking about how do we build a comparative advantage in the airline industry in West Africa so that our airport, once the cradle of airline travel in West Africa, can tap into the potential into the airline industry. Then we talk about the telecom sector. All right. The last time I checked in 2022, if I'm correct, we had about 3.6 million mobile phone penetration across the country. And how much is the mobile sector contributing to the budget? A mere $6 million. What is going on here? You see? So when I say things are not working, we see that people are migrating from voice to data. are we migrating with them in terms of getting the benefit of the telecom, penetration in our country? What are we doing in terms of gateway monitoring? Because we have this contract that monitor phone calls. They hope to understand how much the government, really should earn in terms of revenue. So we have that. Then we have services in the ports. The infrastructure is falling apart. The security, the barbed wires around the fence at the port, it's just not good. The lightning is dull, and we could be, delisted in terms of SPS, the security, something in the port sector. So just a whole thing. Then, of course, we come to the electricity sector. Yes, we need to look at that sector critically, because the future of our economy depends on it. We can't continue to have a one-shift economy, meaning from 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 economy, in a country where population growth is at 2.1% annually. It's growing faster than the economy. We have to be intentional in terms of making electricity work for manufacturing to create jobs, for the service sector to continue to do more, and then at the same time invest in security to make sure that criminals are not disrupting businesses in late hours. And finally, the drug epidemic in the country is something that we have to resolve. And we can't just resolve it through enforcement, arrest, and disruption, and locking people up in jail. We have to add the rehabilitation component to it, as well as continue to work on the economy to create jobs for these young people. That's what I'm talking about, Small.
So thank you very much, Senator. Again, thank you. Now, let me ask my second question, which of course I will be a little bit specific. We talked about LDC. You listed a lot of stuff. I have all of them. We're going to ask questions, but let me bring this to your attention. This is a letter, the appointment letter from President Joseph Yema Boakai to Mr. Frederick. I am pleased to appoint you as Chief Financial Officer of the Liberia Electricity Corporation. We trust that you will continue to discharge your duty with utmost commitment, diligence, and loyalty to your country. Kind regard, sincerely, President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph N. Boakai Sr. My question, sir. We have such letters that have been circulating around in every ministries and entity. Most recently, I received one from Minister of Internal Affairs. Folks are complaining when the president appoints those CEOs, directors, and ministers reject the president letters of appointment. Reject the president letter of appointment. Frederick, in this letter, sir, left LDC, went back to the executive mansion. But the captain said, I will not accept you. I will keep my current CEO. It's been 3 weeks. All the ministries, like Internal Affairs, we must pay. A gentleman by the name of Cooker, we must pay, say, except I am satisfied, I will not bring you in. His letter is flying out there. All of these different letters that I have in my possession, and those folks are crying. What would be your message to them and your message to the executive mansion, especially to the president, sir?
Well, the Constitution gives the president the prerogative to hire people, and in some cases with the advice and consent of the Senate. And those people are forwarded to the Senate for confirmation, But my question is, didn't the president fire somebody recently for insubordination, for refusing to honor his letter of appointment for somebody at NASCORP? If the president did that, why isn't the president doing the same at the other agencies that are disrespecting him? That would be my question to the president. In the first instance of NASCORP, the president exerted authority. I'm the president. I made the appointment. and you dishonor the appointment, you're fired. Okay, that's the presidential authority. The president appoints people to these institutions using his constitutional authority, and some people are challenging him. Why, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, you're not taking the same action on these same people? You know, couldn't this be perceived as maybe some kind of political favoritism? I think it undermines the president's credibility if he continues to allow this to happen. This is my response to that.
Thank you very much, Senator. I'm going to go to Glennie. Your 2 questions, Al-Hussein Fadiga, your 2, Sam Jackson, your 2, Dr. Bopla, and then Isaac Doe. Go ahead, Madam Glennie.
Senator Connor, it's good to see you. Good to have you here to talk to you. I like that in your opening statement you said no bars, nothing left untouched. I'm going to start because you've received some criticisms about asset declaration. I want to start from there. Yeah. I want to start from what took you so long to declare your assets, and what's your position on the fact that not even 25% of the government have declared their assets?
Thank you, Glennis. Thank you so much. First of all, I have declared my asset with the LACC. I need to publish it. And the only reason I haven't published is because my farmland, acreage really was not declared. And going through the declaration, the LACC said we needed to do an amendment to that. So the surveyors are currently doing that to make sure we have the exact acreage so that I don't under-declare or over-declare in my declaration, after which I will publish. And the reason it took long, remember I worked here. I wanted to declare my sources of income since I joined government in 2006. And so that's a long time, because given the positions I have occupied here, a lot of things have been said about me. And this is my opportunity to prove to people where my income came from over the years, all the way to the bank, to MIT, and back home. So I wanted to be thorough in my declaration. I wanted to make sure that incomes that I earned outside of Liberia were accurate, consistent with IRS, W-2s and tax filings, and so on and so forth, checking with my lawyers. I didn't want to do it in a hasty manner, because this is public information, and you don't want to be in a position tomorrow to defend that. So yeah, I take the criticism, but I'm committed to transparency. And once the surveyors are finished with that, we will declare. The other thing also that contributed to me now publishing is that I have a farm in Bomi. The factory sort of had been out of commission because of the depreciation of the equipment. We had applied for a grant through a World Bank program. Disbursements were made, so the auditors needed to come and make sure that whatever they did was happening there. That process ended today. And so hopefully in the next few weeks, I will be in a position to publish on my website, and I will announce it on my Facebook page, and people can see how much I am worth. That's why. And regarding the 25% of the government, I think this was one of the commitments of the president in the executive branch when he ran for office, because Mr. Weah did not enforce the code of conduct under his reign. Yes, Mr. President has declared, but how many of his cabinet ministers, deputy cabinet ministers, assistant ministers, and all those who are required under the Code of Conduct Act, declare their assets? Publication is not required in the law. We will have to amend that. But, in the interest of transparency, it's encouraged, even though it's not a requirement. So I don't want to hold people to that, because as you can see, we're beginning to see now that the former president asset declaration is public. You published it the other day. I saw it, but what does that mean, in this case? So we hope that the executive will enforce this to fulfill its campaign commitment of change, of being different from the previous regime. And I think that's why they were able to pull this off. No magic did it. Nobody did it. Nobody can claim credit for Mr. Bouakar's victory. I think it was the lousy leadership of his predecessor that made the people, for the first time in our country, and very rare in African politics, for African leaders to have one term. In the judiciary, we see an increase relative to previous years in the declarations, of assets by lawmakers. I think our leaders have done it, the pro temp and the speaker. Most of us have done it. I don't know if they've made it public, but we'll continue to encourage our colleagues to, fulfill this important aspect of the law that they passed, so that they can have the moral authority to hold the executive accountable.
Thank you. My second question has to do with you're pretty outspoken. Every morning we wake up, we read the prayer, and then we read your position for the day. I want to ask you, what do you have to say to, first of all, why are you talking so early in the game? Why do you think it's relevant to start talking now? And then also that talking, what would you say to critics who are saying that this is just going to be a short-lived thing that he's doing? This is not going to be consistent. I just want to hear from your perspective on why do you think it's necessary to start talking in less than 100 days? And what do you have to say? And how long are you going to keep this up for?
I'll keep doing it for 9 years. That's my mandate. Those who are doubting me don't know me. Most people really didn't know me. Like I said, when I appeared on this platform the first time, a lot of people saw me for the first time speaking publicly. The sin that I committed when I served here was to be too humble in my performance, to try not to showcase the work that I was doing. I did a lot of good work here. We made some mistakes, and that is why I think I am at a better place in the Senate, because I have the benefit of hindsight. I know the system. I know the actors. I know how this place works. And so why am I talking early? I believe that I was part of making this baby, this government. I see it as my child. The same way I will not allow my child to spoil from the beginning is the same way I view this government. I try my best to consult privately on some of these things, but I see the reluctance of the executive branch to consult people, and so they are making early mistakes. And all of you on this platform, maybe with the exception of Mr. Sam Jackson, I did not see Mr. Brooklyn at some point, but I don't know about Isaac Doe. But most of you who were on this platform at a time when the field narrowed to Mr. Weah, Mr. Boakai, supported Mr. Boakai. This was Mr. Boakai's platform, and you contributed a lot to that. I wonder if they call you and consult you about some of these things. Have they created a channel where they ask you for your views on asset recovery? Because this is not the first time we've had asset recovery. The first time we heard about asset recovery, and Mr. Sam Jackson, somebody who's contributed immensely to Liberia's democratic journey, and tell you was in 1980. It was a different name, requisition or something. The PRC boys did that, and they killed people for this. They destroy family, they rape people, children. We are a country of history. We can't be held by our history, but we must be guided by it. And we feel that people lost their life in this whole asset recovery thing. And then Mr. Weah came, there was another asset recovery, bonanza, and people just were interested in the budgetary allocations. Something as simple as knowing a database of who government vehicles are assigned to while they are in government, and when they are leaving, it should be returned or confiscated, has been circumscribed to stopping taxis and kekes and stuff like that, something that had nothing to do with government. So I'm just, laying this out. It's a simple case where if the transition had been managed the way that we discuss it as a team, I I think Mr. Boakai was going to be a change maker, because the suggestion back then, most of you were not in the room, was that we take a three-pronged approach to the transition. Of course, there got to be the pomp and the pageantry with inauguration that happened with the government. But we also have to make sure that before Mr. Boakai takes his oath of office, the Liberian people should know what he was inheriting while his, predecessor was still around. Meaning that they will bring these reports. We will know the balance in the central bank at that time, all the obligations that were in the system versus what was there. Both teams will sign off on it and inform the people before he takes office. And we saw what's happening. Today, we are still dealing with that problem, similar to what happened during the George Weah Ellen transition. And then we said there should be a small team of people who may not be interested in government job, lawyers, business people, successful people, balanced gender-wise, to do your vetting for you, to vet people who are going to be your cabinet ministers and so on and so forth. But then it turned out that the cluster concentration on cluster work overtook the whole transition process. And then people who headed these clusters, as you can see today, automatically became ministers without proper vetting. I'm not saying that they are not competent to do it. I'm sorry, my friends. Most of them are my friends. But this was an opportunity to demonstrate change from the beginning. Even if you are going to get a job, submit yourself to some vetting process, and then finally the president appoints you, then you've done it. But hey, it didn't happen that way, and that is why I saw trouble, that I couldn't really embrace a system that was similar to George Weah's approach, transitional approach, and we needed to just watch to see how the government will form up. And now we have a government. Our responsibility, all of us on this platform now, and everybody who supported the government, is to hold the government accountable to deliver on the campaign promises the president made. And those who are fortunate now to be the president's advisor, those he sees first thing in the morning and late at night, owe it to the president, to the country, to give him the best advice. And when we see that policies are being implemented without thorough analysis, without considering the implications on the ordinary people in ways that their life will improve, in ways that we will focus on the sectors that will enhance economic growth, to put us on a path where we can absorb most people, then we have to talk now. This is nothing to do with what people are saying. You will recall that the day that I took my office, I announced my separation from the transition team, separation of power, consistent with our constitution. People thought it was political. It was real. Since that day, I've never discussed transitional matter with anybody. Since that day, I've met the president twice. The first was when the leadership met with him to congratulate him in the executive mansion. And the second was I had a private meeting with him at the house. And that's it. I don't go to the mansion. I don't go to the president's house uninvited. I was elected to hold the president accountable, to provide oversight over the executive branch. That's my job. And I'll try to do it in a differential manner to the president, first privately, seek private counsel. When that is not honored or if it's denied, then I will use my platform in the Senate to speak up. And that's what I'm doing. This is not for sure. It's not for anger. It's not for anything. It's the job of the Senate. And that's
Thank you very much, Senator Amarkman. Thank Glennie. Thanks a lot. Fadiga.
Well, thank you, Senator Connie, for coming. Like I said, there's never a dull moment when you're here. freshman senator from Babalu County, but you've been there for at least 90 days. But in 90 days, you seem to have hit the ground running. I'm going to read out some things that I think you have accomplished in the last few months. It came from yourself. You said you received the President Boyka's national budget proposal. You analyzed variance and revenue leakages. You signed the War and Economic Crime Bill. You introduced the Presidential Act of 2024 pre-finance relief effort for storm effort in Babalu, play key role in forming the Western Region Legislative Caucus, successfully sourced funding for integrity institution, submit finding from the GAC audit for potential violation of contract, and the list go on. And one of the things that I want to talk about is you advocate for the investigation into sand mining and NASCAR SUV purchase and a few other things. Very impressive. Regarding the letter to the pro tem and plenary, what action do you hope to see taken in response to the concern that you raised? And what impact do you anticipate this might have on good governance?
Thank you, Fadiga. Thank you very much. You're talking about two different letters. The first is the impact, the environmental impact of these sand minings across our country, particularly around our city, along the coast of Liberia, which exposes us to potential flooding. And God forbid, a million times, to something very seismic that could affect us here. We need to do that, particularly in the Marshall Corridor. In addition to that, we saw a video circulating of black sand, which is very unusual, a lot of it in the bag. So we made a lot of noise, as we usually do, and it dies down, but don't know what is the mineral, status of the sand. Have we gotten our geologists or taken a sample and sent it somewhere that has the capacity to analyze it for us to see what is it, in this black sand, see if that can be something that can help us to help develop our country. So when this happens, it's important for us, the representatives of the people, to ask questions. So my letter to the pro tem and the plenary was to ask the appropriate authorities, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Ministry of Mines, Lands, Mines, and Energy. But then we're giving a quick update on the floor that the government has taken some actions, including a moratorium on sand mining. But again, the devil is in enforcement. Just like we saw with the surcharge on fuel that was lifted by the president, but the price at the pump didn't change, and it took Minister of Commerce, I believe, 14 days later to put a circular out that they were going to enforce it. Enforcement is a big problem in our country. So they told us in plenary that the appropriate authorities are taking action. Minister Wilmer Pace, a friend of mine, I reached out to him to see if I can see him and really follow this through on the executive side. The other letter has to do with, again, the letter that was, I think it was Spoon. Spoon broke the story of NASCAR purchasing vehicles based on the request of the current Minister of State for Presidential Affairs in his capacity as senior advisor in the office of the president-elect. Are you kidding me? There was a constitutional government in place. Technically, that constitutional government is responsible for the inauguration of the next president. So if you need a vehicle, the president-elect or the senior advisor in the president's office could have communicated that to the vice president, the Honorable Jeremiah Cohn, who was the pressing the proxy for the president on the the Presidential Transitional Task Force. And he could have communicated that to his counterpart, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, that we have VIPs coming, we have vehicle shortage, we need vehicles. Then they needed to look in the envelope, in the government resources, to other pool vehicles to fit that purpose for that one day, or buy new vehicles, which to me was not the best use of public money for one day occasion to accommodate VIPs. But let them do it because they were in charge. This is their program. That's what is done. There's a committee in place. But when the senior advisor to the president, the elect, writes this letter and the NASCO Director General complies, the first thing, rational people will say that, hey, the mayor is trying to save his job. Yes, all these things about tenure position here and there. Look at all the noise now. We're in court about tenure position. Everybody's fighting for their job. So Honor Duress, he may have complied to that. One of the vehicles was purchased for $117,000. I think the rest were purchased between maybe $35,000 to $40,000. That's a lot of money that, coming out of pensioners' fund, whether it is a special fund or something. NASCO's core business is to manage the resources of those who are going to get retired and live on a retirement. Any money they get should be protected to the letter, but you should not spend that money for government operation, more so to buy a vehicle. So this is why we have written the pro tem and plenary to advise the president to reprimand the NASCO Director General for complying to this, instruct the Minister of Finance to reimburse pensioners' fund with this money from the Ministry of State's budget. And we're asking for the Minister of State to resign. And we hope that the pro tem will put that on the floor, we'll debate it, and let the chips fall where they may. But I think it is wrong for us to use pensioners' money for government operations. It's wrong, particularly outside of established laws for the use of public money and the procurement of public resources.
Which brings me to my second question. I call it the $83 million questions. Can you provide an insight into the Senate and the Ad Hoc Committee, the Senate PAC and the Ad Hoc Committee approach to understanding how the government spent $83 million and what measure has been taken to ensure that there's a thorough inquiry and those that are involved, that there's some punishment. Sometimes we just hear this investigation and these things and nothing happened. There's no deterrent mechanism to prevent this from happening. $83 million, just few months.
Thank you for that. All of this came up as a result of the reconciliation of the consolidated account based on two different balances that were given to the Liberian people by the outgoing president and the incoming president. That's what triggered this. And like I said, it could have been avoided had the transitional team worked together, go to the central bank, establish the balance, get the Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Finance, and the head of the economic cluster for Mr. Boakai to sit down in the central bank, go through, roll up their sleeves, go through something, maybe even get the IAA to come with them to establish this balance and announce it to the people. But that didn't happen. So two of them established different balances at different times. When Mr. Weah was leaving, he gave the gross. When Mr. Boakai came in, he gave the amount after commitments were paid by the central bank, and the GAC found out later on that balance was even smaller. So we've established that. But in the course of reconciling the balance, the GAC discovered that lending activities may have taken place at the central bank outside of the laws. The legislature was supposed to be informed given the amount. So we have two letters now. The second letter came to me today. The first letter is dated March 11, written by See, you got all these things written by the former Minister of State on instruction from the president, asking the central bank to, work with the Ministry of Finance to pay December salary. Now, the average wage bill, monthly wage bill, is around 34 million. Again, don't quote me on that. It could be less, it could be more, but in that ballpark. But then the new letter I got today is written by the former Minister of Finance. Spoon, come on, man. You got all this?
This is Spoon.
My goodness. You on top of your game. So
we serious here, man. We serious.
All right, that's good. That's really good. You see, it's you can't hide these days. I tell people, 21st century information age, you got to be dumb, not to be careful, because information is power. But anyway, this is the other letter I got today, just hours ago, written by the former Minister of Finance, basically talking about some $50 million, to pay for November and back wages, etc., and talking about an MOU, to make sure that this is paid back. And I know that the IMF frowned on this. The IMF is really going to conduct a forensic audit to see how this money was spent. Initial information I received tonight after my post and also yesterday's conversation in a plenary was that all of the money was spent on compensation. But then the question is, what was all this noise about revenue overperforming, surpluses, etc., when we had these issues? So there's something missing here. Now, I don't want to be the judge and the jury, to be honest with you. I'm a very, very thorough person. I want to lead my team, my committee, into this in a professional manner, in a non-partisan way, just like we did with the reconciliation of the balances. I'm not in this business for UP or CDC. Did not get elected to come and go after people unnecessarily. That's not in my blood. But we have come to the point, the crossroads for our country, where we have to prioritize accountability. We have to push for open government. And with institutions like Spoon, it makes it easier, to form a partnership that can make that happen. So that's what I can say. I hope you will give us, the committee, the opportunity. This is not going to be other committees where things stay in committee room and they just die. We're going to come back just like we've done after we get all the facts to inform you about our finding. We will get to the bottom of this. We'll follow every check all the way to the employee who received the check, and in the case of goods and services, if the checks were used for that, to the vendor. We'll do that.
So, Senator, thank you very much. Sorry, Uncle Sam, we got to stick on this letter. Are you saying now we are adding the two amount, and what would be the total borrow?
Well, the GSC discovered this amount in totality. Okay, the GSC did not mention this letter in its report. If it did, I haven't seen it. But if you take this amount that Minister Tue is referring to, 50, and you take President Weah's instruction, 30, 33, or whatever the wage bill was at that point, I think both come to the 83. That's my assumption. But we will have to get our auditing commission to establish the numbers. I want to be consistent and professional in this.
Okay, so let me give the rest of the guys a chance. We got a lot of questions coming from that end, though. Uncle Sam, please, your two questions, sir.
Yes, Senator, welcome to Spoon. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
I just want to take you backwards a little bit, okay? You worked as a Minister of Planning, and then when the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning came together, you were the minister. You were minister for over several years, and I had the opportunity to work with you as a consultant for about 6 months. I just want to ask you, looking back, with all of the resources that came into Liberia in terms of the goodwill, between $12 to $15 billion in official development assistance, aggregate demand from the UN agencies, UNMIL, and the quantum of projected foreign direct investments that came to the country. And with the 12 years of the administration, what do you believe are the reasons why we saw, rapid improvement in the initial stages post-war in terms of socioeconomic development, but you saw a flattening? So what are some of the things that you believe were missteps, mistakes, and if you had to do it again, what would you do differently as Minister of Finance and Development Planning in that administration?
Okay, so okay, I don't know if you can see this.
I can't see it. No.
But can you please give it to the producer if you want us to share it?
Can you show this?
Yeah.
So just screenshot it and send it to me, and I will upload it if you
okay.
want to do that, please.
All right, just 1 minute.
Yeah. Folks, again, thank you for joining Spoon Talk. As you can see, we have the Honorable Amara Cornyn. Now, a lot of you guys asking about his last name. Well, I think the producer wished to correct the last name, but the senator wanted to be. All right. So thank you for your concern. We know it's Konneh.
Cornyn.
But
all right, I just sent it to you.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me upload it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I speak with evidence because I think it's a relevant question. It has been one of the questions that I think official development assistance to Liberia. I have sent you 2 graphs. The first graph is the ODA to Liberia from 1960 to 2023. And then I zoom in on ODA to Liberia from 2006 up to 2023. So you can see really, the trend in official development assistance. Then I'm going to send you another to see the correlation between ODA and growth, how it contributed to growth. All these data are available. But the crux of your question is, looking back, what will I do differently? I think it's an important question. Good. And then the first one, Spoon, it's another one with from 1960. This one will come second.
All right, so let me put
this. Get it?
Yes, I have everything you send me. I'm uploading them.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, the
other
one.
Sorry. Let me put it up. This one?
Yes. Good.
Okay.
That's the one I'm talking about. I'm going to send you one last one, and then I'll start talking. 1 minute, please. Okay. So okay. Let's see. All right. I just sent you the last one. So you see, this is the big picture of ODA in Liberia from 1960 to 2021. You see that it started with 9.9 million in 1960, remained stable up to 1980. We see a spike there, and then you see a big jump in 2005, a dip in 2006, and another jump in 2009 and 10, and then decline, and then Ebola years, it went up, it declined, it spiked a little bit under President Weah, then it's on a decline now. That's what the zigzag line is telling us. So yes, ODA has come to Liberia, but has it been effective? No, because of so many reasons. We have, the interest of those who are giving this money. We also have the governments that are in play, their priorities. In the case of the government that I served in, we had a clearly defined reconstruction agenda. It started with what everybody knows to be the poverty reduction strategy to enhance security, to rebuild the security sector. Most of that was done by bilateral assistance from the United States and, for the army. And then for the police, the UN helped us with that to rebuild the police. I think they brought in officers from the European Nordic countries to do that. And it was challenging. And then the second piece there was to revitalize the economy. And, Sam can attest to this. Maybe this is where we're supposed to be radical more. But the focus was to revitalize, quote, the traditional sectors of growth, meaning the same growth sectors that led us, throughout the 60s up to the war was the same one we should focus on to get our country back on track. And most of the money went into the rubber sector, into rebuilding roads, etc., forestry, and so on, with all kinds of scandals. The mining sector, bringing in FDI to reopen our brownfields, they call them in mining lingo, the Western clusters, the Bong mines, the Lamcos were all brownfields. The only greenfields in Liberia today are the Putu and the Wologizis of the world. We call them greenfield. So the focus was on that. So in hindsight, Sam, I probably will advise against focusing on restoring the traditional sectors of growth. Maybe we can be picky in the traditional sectors that we want to restore in the agriculture sector, particularly focusing on cash crops, to alleviate poverty. I will do that. And then we also got some money to build economic infrastructure. The focus became infrastructure, roads, energy, and ports. And so since we did not have all of the resources to open all of the roads, we focus on what we call the growth triangle. Sam was, advising us, and he knows about this. The triangle from Monrovia to Nimba to down the rail to Buchanan to Monrovia is where, according to the 2008 census, most of the people lived. So we're able to open that up. But then we push for the electricity restoration, but again, traditional, Mount Coffee, that used to be, I think, 60 or 66 megawatts under President Tubman. Because of new technology, was pushed to that. But nobody at that point really thought about climate change and the effect on the river. We talk about the Via River, where we will store water during the rainy season and release the water in the dry season to increase the water intake in the hydro in the rainy season. But when you have that challenge of climate and you have neglect in terms of turbines not being serviced for some time and they are breaking here and there, it exacerbates the situation. And the other thing we could have done was to invest in renewable energy, maybe a massive solar farm, etc. In hindsight, that's what I'll be pushing for, Sam. And my advocacy in recent days is just that, to say, okay, we put a lot of money into the energy sector, but now, if it was maybe if we had put it into renewable energy and managed it well, maybe we wouldn't be in the place we're in today. If we have blended it sufficiently, where we have the hydro traditional sector and solar knew something to complement each other, that would have worked. But we went with hydro, we went with thermal plants, to make up for the deficit in the dry season. But when you discover that because of lousy corporate management, people since 2021, one of the turbines have been down, and the maintenance component of this has not been prioritized. You get angry. When the thermal plants are supposed to generate, they have generating capacity of about 30 megawatts. It's not generating to that potential because one of the two thermal generators are down. Then you begin to say, okay, is this really an issue of going the traditional route or it's a management issue. It's just like your own car. If you have your car, you don't service your car, it will break down on you. So yes, I think what we need to do now, particularly this new administration, is to learn from that experience and then be radical in our approach to development in the country. And that is why this early I'm trying to be a voice, not only me, but there are senators in the Senate. Senator Darius DeLong is a committed senator. I see somebody like Senator Snow, who is committed to this. I don't want to call names for people start holding me something, but I see a lot of them. We meet in leadership meeting, we consult, as Nathaniel McGill, but of course, politics, people are suspicious of each other. When you try to be radical, they say, oh, it's 2029. You want to be president here and there. So to try to slow you down. But we can't allow that to happen. I think all of us in the government, it's now our first time. And we can look back and say, okay, we got this wrong, let's fix it. If we got this right, let's make it better. I think this is a place where I'm at.
Okay. Well, thank you, Senator. I like your honesty. It's clear that the rehabilitation of a 66 megawatt dam from 1966 with a country population going to 5 million with productive capacities to be revved up. It was clearly not a good decision on the part of the Unity Party government. And also, you didn't mention, but I'm sure you are well aware of the Liberia Agriculture Sector Investment Plan. And if you seen some reviews, professional reviews on the investments in the agriculture sector through LASIP and other, well, basically, not up to par, and it's brought us to where we are. So I really want to thank you. So let me just ask you my second question. My second question is, you seem to be focusing on the missteps and some of the early mistakes, okay, and some of the governance issues. But I know you to be somebody who's very interested in economic development, okay, improving the lives of ordinary people. And the only way we can do that in a sustainable way is to create an economy that creates jobs, income, and promote socio-economic development. So where would you start? Just give me, I'm not asking you to give me an economic treatise, but just give me an understanding. What are some of the building blocks you think for an economy that would have a government that would be the budget would be growth enhancing, economic policy that would be growth. Just give me the contours of an economic development strategy that you would pursue today with all of the experience that you have now with the World Bank, MIT, and you gotten older and everything. So basically, our mind is a little bit better formed. So what are some of the things that you would do now to improve the lives of the people, starting with the economy? Thank you.
Thank you. I will hope that this administration will focus on institutions in the beginning. For politicians, the hardware of development is what that is attractive to them. It connects them with the voters. And I'm talking about infrastructure, which we need in a country. But when you have lousy institutions, the infrastructure will not operate at optimum, as we are seeing. We have more and better infrastructure today than we did in 2005. All right? We do. They may not be the best, but we have them. We have transmission and distribution network across the country for the first time, the Southeast, everywhere. We see them. The challenge is how do we make them to work for the economy? So institutions matter. And the institutionalist will tell you that the economic definition of institution is rule of law institutions, law enforcement, the courts, and so on and so forth. But in our case, we need to include our traditional institutions because they are a big part of our culture in Liberia. The three classes of Liberia, we used to have two classes of Liberia, the indigenous Liberians and the American Liberians. You know, we don't have that anymore. What we have today are three classes of Liberians: the indigenous or the real Liberia. They still hold on to the Liberian culture. They have their traditional institutions. Internationalists have, put pressure to get rid of some of those institutions, but they are holding on to it. And, we cannot ignore that, because that's the Liberia that existed before the settlers came here with a constitution, with a flag, with the seal, with the national anthem, and with this democratic form of government. And then you have the educated Liberians, all of us on this platform, in that group in the middle, and then finally we have the struggling Liberian or the volatile Liberians, those who are looting the graveyards for survival in our country. The living is looting the dead, sleeping in the grave, turning bones into hard, drugs to get high. That's the country we have. And those of us who sit in the middle, the smart, so-called educated class, have not been able to connect the real Liberia with the volatile Liberia. So we sit there and we fight each other, and we don't support each other. If one person is doing good, we undermine the person. Meanwhile, the volatile group is looking up to us, but we ignore them. So some demagogue emerges from among them, and they look up to him or her to be their leader. And that's the sort of institutional arrangements we have in Liberia today. So I will focus on institution, I will focus on education, we'll focus on that, and then we'll begin to look at the real growth sector. Agriculture is key. Sam, if you ask me for one big idea today, we will be bold, we will raise the capital and create an agriculture bank here in this country. And one of the ways that we can do that is to look at the rice importation regime, where we bring more than $250,000, we consume close to $500 million worth of rice in this country, and all of the profits don't stay in the country because the letters of credit are now originated from here. So if we were to work through our central bank to set up a facility that will lend to importers to bring it in this country, and then they pay interest on the loan or share in the profit, we can use that as a catalyst to attract other investors to reopen the agriculture bank and make it viable for local production of rice and other agricultural products. That's what I will do. Then I will focus on this energy business and ensure that most of the things that we produce here that are raw materials, values are added, because they will create jobs, for our people. And if you want to get rich, you just need to produce goods and services that rich people want. We could be a net cocoa exporter in this country, but not in beans, but in cocoa powder or something to Europe, etc. So, there's so many we can talk about, but in the interest of time, those are some of the few areas I'll focus on.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you a lot. Let me bring in Dr. Bopleson. Asa went off, and Asa will come next. Dr. Bople, your 2 questions, sir.
Thank you. Senator, thank you for being here tonight. And we appreciate all the good things you're doing for our country. I listened to you carefully, and clearly you're very knowledgeable. You work at economic affairs, you at finance, now you're here as a senator. And the more I listen, you explain the challenges well. But we get this sense, at least I do, that we are being so cautious, so careful when it comes to the radical things that need to be done to get our economy turned around. And I agree with you on the rights situation. But we get that sense that, we're afraid to to go very bold. And I don't know if it's because of the complexity of our challenges or what. But I want to ask my first question, and I want to focus on energy and electricity. I think the single biggest economic impactor right now in this country is electricity. I think I read in the dailies about a month and a half ago that there was some interest from Turkey, Turkey or something, about privatizing LEC. I was in Turkey many years ago, and I found out that they themselves made some shit with public-private electricity generation, distribution, transmission. I was next door in Armenia. They made a tremendous shit, but most of their stuff is non-privatized. And Senator, that electricity is public safety, national security, healthcare delivery, educational advancement, electricity job creation, tax generation, and most importantly, for the micro and macro economy, it brings down the prices because then the cost of production is low. So if I want to start my little business right now, I can provide my own generator, provide my own fuel, and then get people to service it all the time. Whereas if we had electricity on a regular basis, and I think you implemented that at some point earlier in your remarks about not even a full day of electricity. If we had that across the 15 counties, we can do a lot in this country quicker. And we know privatization works because we see what happened to the phone companies. Okay, before the war, we just had LTC. After the war, we got Orange, we got Lone Star, and those two companies became top taxpayers just like that. And while we don't have the best service everywhere, at least we can have your little Nokia in bunk in the mind, and you can stay in the right spot and you can connect with people. So my question to you is this: would you support the privatization of LEC so that we can move our economy forward? Jobs would still be routine because we got to hire Liberians. There are people that would know what they're doing. You're not going to kick them out and bring thousands of foreigners in to do it. But why are we hedging on the single biggest economic impactor right now? And we're going all these same routes by talking about all these other things that would take much, much longer to impact our economy.
Thank you, Dr. Brookler. Who is that? Is that an FBI agent?
I know, right? I'm like, who is that?
That is for FBI agent.
I'm trying to show how the real FBI agent. I'm fake Fadiga man, I'm FBI agent.
Anyway, good to see you. Dr. Brookler, I fully support privatization. I support the attraction of independent power producers. Look, let me give you a simple example. Jungle Water in Nimba does not produce the power, but Jungle Water distributes the power. Power distribution is more stable in Nimba County than it is in Monrovia. And I think he's expanding to Bon County. They have more stable electricity there than we do here in Monrovia. I think they are benefiting more from the Transco CLSG power, the cross-border programs that were initiated to complement the local power production. It's management folks, it's leadership. Mr. Floyd, I think that's his name. I don't know him. Is the CEO for this company, is the leading this, has a profit motive. The better he does in terms of service delivery, the more money he makes. Okay, so here in the LEC, we tend to rely on government subsidies. And we find scapegoat, we blame the climate, we blame the river, we don't take responsibility for anything. The act that created the LEC has a corporate structure that we have bypassed and created a new one, and is the institutional thing that I was talking about. So yeah, I support privatization. I wish we could have more independent power producers. Yeah, the Turkey company Cap Power, is that how they call them? Cap Power is around. It had with a proposal. I don't know how far they're going with that. I hope that we can take advantage of that opportunity as long as the power is going to be cheaper and stable. I also want the Liberian people to know that there's a law. There's a law that calls for privatization, bringing private people to participate in a sector. But LEC would be a player, I think. So we need to review the law. We need to make it easier for penetration by independent power producers. We need to go on the road and attract not just any company, anybody who comes here, and then they use Liberians to front and they bring other people. Next thing you know, the government is getting 20%, as we see in Metec and other service providers in the country. They get 80%, and we get nothing for any of these things. So privatization is the way to go. I think we should push for it. I think we need to call for a national forum on electricity in this country, instead of just shifting blame. When the LEC CEO came before us based on my letter, and he was asked the question, is there a solution to the power outage in the short run? He said, no, it probably will take us about 7 years to address the structural problems in the energy sector. So 7 years is a long time. Development that everybody crave is a process, folks. It's a long process. It involves education, it involves health, it involves freedom, security, and all of that. And it accumulates over time. Sam Jackson is gone, but there's a rule of 69, where you take 69 and then you divide it by your growth rate, and it will tell you how long it would take for you to double your economy. Like right now in Liberia, we are expected to grow about 5.4%. Okay, it would take us about 13.8 years, for us to double the size of the economy today. That's a lifetime. So we have to really prioritize this energy business. We have to make sure that we encourage Liberians to participate. We encourage Liberians to bring private independent power producers, and we take the corruption out of it, man, and make people.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. And I agree. And I would footnote that by saying it will also reduce the overhead of government and increase revenue. Now we're talking about 300 million to put into the plant. We're talking about 96 million for a solar plant. We're putting so much into it, and we're getting so little out. And I hear you talk about a national forum on electricity.
Hold on 1 minute, Dr. Bobla. Hold on 1 minute. Senator, do you hear him?
Can you?
We can hear you, Senator. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. His voice.
Dr. Bobla, can you please go to the question? Let's be a little faster, please.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to my second question.
All right, sir. Thanks.
So my second question, Senator, is this. So you come across as a visionary, okay? Somebody who is forward-leaning and forward-thinking. You come from Bapulu, a county that has a lot of resources, gold, diamond, natural forests, the Gola National Park, and all these things. But yet the county has so many unemployed people, and job creation is nowhere where it could be. And for me, I think that's a structure system problem. And so to attract more people to your county, if the county had little more say so over their resources, and not just a pepper boost per se for the national government. I think Bapulu, Mineral County, could do very well with the resources there, and just little over 83,000 people. And that's a lot of resources for that small group of people. So my question to you is this: are you willing to propose some structural changes, primarily to allow counties to elect their local officials so they can have some autonomy and authority? I know it starts with legislative work, and I know it requires some amendment, but we can do so. Other countries around the world keep doing it. As we all know, the Constitution is that organic document, but it never foresees all of our realities as we progress into the future. Are you willing to do something that will be so revolutionary, it will help this country and attract talent? Liberians will come to counties if we know there's some autonomy and authority, because ability follows opportunity. Can you tell the Liberian people here whether you would champion a cause like that? Because I think it has transformative ability across the economy.
Thank you, Dr. Brookler. There is a Local Government Act, and if you've been following the president's announcements on the appointment of local government officials, the nomenclatures are changing. I think they are now referring to the superintendent stays the superintendent, and then the county inspector is now the county administrative officer. The assistant superintendent for development is now called the county development officer. The assistant superintendent for fiscal affairs is now called the county financial officer, and so on and so forth. So that tells you that the Local Government Act is progress in the right direction. This is the vehicle through which we can accomplish what are some of the things you are proposing. But the key thing in the Local Government Act is fiscal decentralization and also revenue sharing. So all of our counties that have natural resources, instead of relying on crumbs, through these social development funds, etc., will now begin to share in the revenues with the national government. That's part of the decentralization. But it's not going to work in our Liberian context if we do not build strong institutions, if we do not go beyond political cronyism and put the right people in place, particularly in rural Liberia where capacity is very low. We have to be audacious and get the right people in these positions, because these will be the people that are going to do the actual project management to deliver, to make this thing work so that it benefits the people. The law itself, the desire to do things, is meaningless unless you do it. So that is why at this stage of the game of our journey over the next 6 years, I have tried to focus on fixing the central institutional arrangements to make sure that the center does not crumble. Here we have a center periphery type of relationship where very few people are in the center fighting, contesting for power, and then we have the periphery. So we have a law that was enacted by the Weah administration, signed by President Weah into law, and I commend him for that, to devolve power to the people who are on the periphery of this center. So we are now beginning to touch the people on the periphery of governance in our country. So getting it right from the beginning is right. If the center wheel in the wheel of fortune that we see on TV in America doesn't spin well, it's difficult for the wheel to land at the right place where you should be winning. So hopefully we've made some right choices in terms of who the superintendent and other people should be. My county specifically, you said, is important. I believe that being one of the impoverished counties with low population and large land density, we should take a regional approach to our development. We are a double landlocked country. county. We have to pass through Bomi County, which is landlocked, before we get to our county. So we have two constraints before we get to the center of the economy. If we don't work with Bomi, if we don't work with Cape Mount, that has, that has a shore, the Atlantic Ocean, it would be difficult for us to really benefit from whatever resources we have. So at this point, Dr. Brooklyn, our focus is on getting the right people in place. The second thing is we've been working over the last 90 days on a draft development agenda, which when, after the Senate confirms and the President commissions the superintendent and the team, they go in the county, we're going to spend the month of May doing consultations in our 6 districts to get the people buy-in into what their priorities will be on development. We want to turn our hospital, the Emory Hospital, into a regional referral hospital, not just a referral hospital in the county, but for the entire Western Liberia, where people can go for their healthcare need. This will require additional investment, money that we may not have, but through regional collaboration, we could, raise some of the resources to address the deficit and use it to attract resources from other parts, from partners. But we need to also build relationship between that hospital and healthcare organizations globally, and through our bilateral engagement with India, with Morocco, and others. Hopefully, get a sisterly relationship to build capacity. Makante has a lot of challenges. The constraint analysis that we've just completed is pointing out a lot of things that I didn't know about the county. For example, only 2% of women in our county are high school educated. This is challenging. We need to change that. We have high illiteracy rate. We have an entire district where there's no high school. We have an entire district that is surrounded by rivers, disconnected from the county economy as well as the main economy of the country.
So Senator, to ask you quickly so people can understand when you say district.
I said no. I said, hold on, please. I'm begging you. Let's keep it as a going, please. I'm begging you, please.
So mining is our mainstay of the economy. We see a lot of artisanal mining. We see a lot of Chinese going in. One of the reasons why I wrote that letter. And so we're working with Minister Pei, who has just returned from the county on an assessment tour. We want to be very, very, very methodical in our approach to jumpstarting development in our county, but we want to use the hospital as the development pool, so to speak, for our county. And we want to do that with Bomi. We want to do that with Cape Mount. Bomi being the education center, we want to do a university there. And for Cape Mount, will be our economic center, particularly in tourism and fisheries. And I think if we, we're doing our county development agenda. I'm working with the Secretariat of the Regional Caucus to develop a regional development agenda. A draft is actually ready. And hopefully after the budget discussion, we'll begin the consultations with our people. So we're working.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. We're going to go Isaac Doe 2 and Azivat 2. Then from there, we're going to open a rapid fire, which will be everything plus more. Isaac, your question, please.
Well, thank you, and welcome again, Senator. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. Thank you, Isaac.
So, can you allow me to paraphrase 2 important clarities you've made? One concerning the consolidated account balances has been announced by both President former President Weah and current President Boakai, in which he said President Weah did correctly, again paraphrasing it, stated the amount as at gross, which of course was the right thing, and also that President Boakai stated his amount from something that seemed to be from the net. But even at it being net, that amount was also incorrectly stated. Thank you for that. And then the second thing you talked about that I wanted to paraphrase concerns the Executive Order 128 that suspended the excise tax on petroleum product, in which you said that as of now, that does not seem to be benefiting the actual poor people who are the end users, but the prices still remain the same. That would sort that executive order seems to be benefiting business partners and, of course, their government friends. Thank you for those clarity. Now, I wanted to ask you my two questions. The first of, the government has submitted a budget that is currently being worked on by the National Legislature. Senator, do you think the budget represents anything close to all of the many campaign promises that the rescue team gave the country?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Isaac. The budget is work in progress. The demand on the envelope is too high. I will tell you that in order to get everything right, we probably will need up to $3 billion, for us to, touch everything. But we don't have that. The budget that came to the legislature was announced, and 1 week later, the president was advised, which in my opinion was a panicky advice based on the volatility we see in the price of oil globally due to the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and the Palestinians. Issued this executive order a week after the budget was submitted to the legislature, and all the announcements were made about increase in education funding, increase in health funding, and so on and so forth. And then, you advised the president on a policy that was going to basically reduce revenue, by some, I believe it's 10. I had said between 14 to 20, but when I look at the revenue book today, specifically page, I brought it with me. I sleep with it. GST on imported is 10.7 million on page 23, table 32 of the revenue book. It's online. You can check it. So we're losing $10 million there. The question is, how does that impact ordinary people? The explanation has been, had the president not acted, prices would have gone up. But we're beginning to see prices decline. So last October, the biggest spike in price was around $106 at the time when we were having elections in this country. Liberian people didn't care about the extra money they were paying as long as they had free, fair, and transparent election. I don't think the Liberian people will mind paying the additional 20 cents if we can collect that $10 million and invest it in cleaning this city. This is a dirtier city in Africa. We just can't get the city clean. Our mothers, our sisters are selling in filth in Pinsville, in Douala, and we sit in our SUV cars. But this is not political talk. It bothers me. There's no water in the city. Water and sewer need a lot of money to take care of that. Since the war, our people are still taking water from open wells in Monrovia, the capital city of our country in the 21st century. So where do you think we're going to get money from? Those of us who've lived in advanced economies, we have to pay for all of this, but you can afford to pay for it because you are employed. Here, the people are not employed. These are the sources of funding that if we invest them properly, if we hold each other accountable, if Ava is heading an institution and he's my brother, as we are, and he's not performing, I should have the courage to say, look, yeah, you're not delivering. That's the problem we have in our culture of work here. Once you and I were part of the same political party on LU campus, or we come from the same village, or we're part of the same power society that we went to, etc. No, you're okay. We only see things badly when they are at our doorsteps. So Executive Order 128 has been issued. The president made a decision. We have to support it. But my view was that his advisors didn't do proper due diligence. They didn't do the right market study. Let me tell you something. Back in 2015, when we floated the idea of a road fund, when I was Minister of Finance, it was in response to one of the performance criteria in our fund program that was pushed in by the World Bank to say, okay, Liberia is taking loan to build all these roads in its growth corridors. The road from Monrovia to Ganta, Guinea border, the road from Monrovia to Buchanan, and now they're starting this road from Bong to Vanjama. We need to, introduce a regime, a financing regime that will help to maintain the roads over the long run. That's how the idea of the road fund was birthed. And then when we did that successfully, we were able to raise $36 million in 18 months. All right. And then we talk about adding additional, surcharges, to fuel. And a market study was done that this could happen, because the study found out that the prices will be stable for up to 3 years. And that's how the surcharge was introduced. So if you're removing such a surcharge because of volatility in the price, you need to look at historical trend of something. We had COVID, we had the Ukrainian war, there was a sanction on Russia, the price of fuel went up. President Weah did not remove the surcharge. Last October during the election, it spiked the highest. You can check this out. I'm not making this up. It's all online. Your market watch. And then all of a sudden, the price is going to $90. It has now reached the historical spike. When the country endured that, then you remove it, you lose $10 million, you put that in the pockets of the importers. So this is my disagreement with the policy, but it has happened. We now have the awesome responsibility in the Senate to make this budget work. It means that that's $10 million less to education, to health, to municipal government. But we are working hard behind the leadership of Representative Dixon Sibyl, who is the chair of the Ways and Means Committee of the House, and Senator Prince Moyo of Bond County, my colleague, who is the chair for Ways and Means in the Senate. The Senate has asked the Public Accounts Committee to join them in this work. So we are playing a deep background role because we will be responsible for budget tracking, at implementation, because our committee is responsible for tracking every penny, nickel, and dime of the government when the budget is passed. And we will do that this time using digital technology, open budget initiatives, simplifying the budget for the citizens in the county, building partnerships with community radio station and Spoon, inform the people about how much the government is going to spend on their clinics, on their schools, on their roads, and other services that it should be delivering there. So we are working hard. We see a lot of low-hanging fruits that the administration people miss in this budget. Something, for example, in the telecom sector, I think we can raise some money there. The SOEs are not, paying anything. In 2022, FPRC paid about 1.2 million only in dividends to the government. In 2023, it paid about 1.3 million. NPA paid, I think 1.5 or so in 2022, 2023, nothing. And then the National Fisheries paid only about $400,000, and so on and so forth. So, 20 years after the war, all the investments that we've made in the state-owned enterprises that the Liberian people are the shareholders in, what are they getting back? What is their revenue model? What are they spending their money on? Are they investing in new infrastructure to the point where they can contribute anything to the country's development? These are questions that we need to ask the Revenue Authority, the finance people, and we are asking those questions. On the expenditure side, we will have to do cuts, if we can raise the money on the revenue side. And we need to rationalize. The domestic debt portfolio is big. We need to start considering restructuring our debt, both domestic and external, to create fiscal space to do development in our country. So we need to do that. And I think at the end of the day, the country will get a balanced budget that may not meet, the expectation of everybody, but would be the beginning point to jumpstart growth after an election.
Are you done with your question, right? That was your second question, right, Isaac?
No, that was the first.
Then
That
go
was
ahead
the
with your second. Say that.
No, that was the
first question. Yes, the first question.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Isaac. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And so, Senator, my second question, very few days from now, the government will be clocking 100 days being in power, which of course is a very good benchmark to determine how the government moves on for time to come. During the campaign, and that's not just during the campaign, even during the entire 6 years of the Weir administration, the United Party turned rescue during the campaign, criticized everything that President Weir did. Everything. Companies President Weir hired, they said it was bad. People President Weir government worked with, they said it was bad. Today, they are still working with those same companies. They are still working with those same people. Senator, are there anything as of today you are seeing this rescue do or is doing differently President Weir did that, of course, they criticize as bad, as worse, and as everything? And the beat to that very quickly, you've increased criticism of the government. A lot of our friends from the United Party, the rescue team, usually will be saying you are criticizing the government not through sincerity, but simply because you've been ostracized, pushed out, and that you are just venting your anger towards them. What will you say about that?
Oh God! First of all, oh God! Thank you for your question. Those who are, running with the message that I have been called ostracized and called, do I look like somebody who can be ostracized? I'm an independent person. I lifted myself by my own bootstraps. People saw me burst on the political scene, and they thought that politics was that determined my life. I walked away for 7 years. I'm back. I can say that I didn't have to be here, but I came back for a purpose. When I appear on this show at the invitation of Spoon, and we had that campaign conversation, everything I said came from my heart. I supported Mr. Barkai unconditionally. There was no negotiation. We had the first meeting. I was at MIT. I think that day he was in Rhode Island or someplace. My friend Heron Costa arranged the Zoom meeting, and we spoke. He was in the room with somebody else. I can't remember. And I talk about reconciliation, talk about inclusion. I also talk about good governance. If you ask the president, he would tell you, if that Zoom meeting was recorded, I hope Mr. Costa did. He should play it. I never asked, give job to this person, that person, and all that nonsense that people use to support. My support for Mr. Barkai was ideological. I wanted change, and I think he owes that to me for my one vote and my little effort I made. So when I see that something is not going right, the noise is becoming more than the substance, I would be a coward not to speak up. And I'm not a coward. I have a very soft diplomatic approach. I'm a very cooperative guy. I can be very stubborn. So this is my way of harvesting my vote for the president that I supported unconditionally. And that's going to continue for the duration of his term. And wherever he does well, I'll praise him. I welcome the fact that the machines are on some of the roads in the Southeast. I've seen videos of the Grand Jida Road. That is important. We'll support that. We talk about audits. The president appeared on VOA television in the US when he went there as president-elect. I encourage all of you to watch that interview again. He made some commitments there to the international community about auditing the outgoing regime in a non-political way. He was going to ask for help to bring big firms that will work with our GSE to do the audit so that we don't get involved in the same kind of noise that have been here that distracts from the substance of something. So these are the things that matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. Trying to put people in position for what? Does it guarantee a political success? Otherwise, Mr. Weah would be president today. He had the whole government. He presided over a $4 billion economy. He appointed more than 3,000 people in these positions. They wore his teachers, his caps, etc. But in the end, he's not president today. It doesn't guarantee anything. What guarantees your success in the political process is what you deliver for the people. And if I supported Mr. Boakai from my heart, not based on some condition, job, I didn't need a job. When I came on the stream to support him, I already won my election independently using my own money. Nobody contributed to it. A few friends gave me some money, but I put my own money into this election because I wanted a platform to really push for reforms in this country at my age. I'm 53. I can never live for another 53 years again. My future is not beholden to Mr. Boakai. So those who saying that is they just wrong. We need to have the courage to hold each other accountable. If I make mistake in the Senate, call me out. If I'm going the wrong route, don't wait until I crash, because it is our generation that will fix this country. We will do the heavy lifting. And that's my message to my UP friends. Yesterday, you were cheering on when we were criticizing Mr. Weah for his lapses. Today, you are angry because some of those things are happening, and I have mustered the courage to put them out, not to turn people against you, but to call your attention to them, especially when you don't answer your phones, when you don't consult people who have the experience. And I'm here. I'm going to be here for a long time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amara Cornet. I survive your 2 questions, sir.
No, you muted.
I said, like always.
Yes, because I try to keep the noise off, sir. Thank you, Stanton. I appreciate being here again. Greetings to all the people out there who are listening. Hello to my fellow panelists, and definitely to our esteemed guest today, Senator Amara Cornet. Welcome to the show again.
Thank you.
My first question has to do with if somebody just dropped from anywhere else and land in Liberia and just listen for like a week, maybe 2 weeks, definitely will identify you as the real man of the people, the man who is hitting on the issues, the man who is, really trying to find solutions to these things, the man who is questioning the status quo. But then when they ask the people in the town, some of them will say, oh, but I see they were doing before, and stuff like that. So there's a crosswalk. If you can just share with us how you bridge that crosswalk, because it is some kind of a transformation, or maybe an epiphany, or maybe something that happened that you are where you are today in terms of your political position, in terms of your advocacy, in terms of how vocal you are, how visible you are. And then how do you expect to bring others along? Because to achieve what you're trying to do, and I can see it, you need to build a critical mass of Liberians who have a shared mind with you. So how do you address that?
Thank you, Isaac, for that question. You're right. Even in the Senate, when we are in leadership meeting and we try to advance ideas based on our experience, some of our colleagues will say, "Oh yeah, but you were there." So it's a fair game. It's politics, and I can understand that. But I would like to say to that person who will come to Liberia today to say that what they should listen to me, because I have experience. I work in a system for 10 years, in ministerial position, at the apex of policy making. We got some things right. We got some things wrong. Government and democracy was originally an experiment by the United States, and the countries that are practicing it now democracy was not the original thing. You know, we're all experimenting, and we learn as we grow. And so I come to this process with hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight. I come to the process with the benefit of networks. I come to the process with the benefit of knowing the culture, the politics, and some of the structural needs of the country. I've also worked in comparator countries, on comparator countries with similar needs. So that put me in a better position to share my view. But the critical part of your question has to do with building critical mass. It is important. And you have to be careful how you build critical mass in this country, because when you begin to put together programs, etc., to build that critical mass this early, they will target you. They say you have presidential ambition, and all kinds of things will happen. So at this stage, in 100 days, some people are saying quietly to me, supporters of the regime, alliance people, not in the Senate per se, but outside, we're just waiting for the 100 days to finish. We're just waiting for the 100 days. Why should you wait for 100 days for something that you created? Isn't that hypocrisy, Ava? That's hypocrisy. That is the kind of transactional relationships we have in this country where there's no loyalty to an ideology. The election of Mr. Boakai should be perceived by all alliance supporters as an ideology for change. All right, where you have an elderly statesman that young people flock to replace a relatively younger president, with the hope that he had nothing to fear, he had nothing to gain again because of his age, and he will change the system for them. I think that was the main reason why most young people went to him. Why should the young people who've been given the opportunity to shape the policies that will make that to happen, to remain quiet because of fear of reprisal until the bark falls and the cradle shakes, and then you begin to talk, because by this time the population may not be with the side that you support? To me, that's betraying Mr. Boakai, and we shouldn't allow that. That's not in my blood. So we will continue to use our Senate platform to talk about the issues. First, we'll try to resolve these issues in leadership meeting. We'll try to reach out to our friends in the executive. Hopefully they can pick up their phones and respond to some of our text messages so that we give them our views before they can go out. But when you don't listen and you don't reach out and you don't consult, we are obligated to the people that send us there. So we will continue to work with like-minded people to build this critical mass for serious change in the country. The country needs it.
Thank you.
So my second question, with you as a former Minister of Finance, and today with you sleeping with the budget in order to understand it, one piece of the budget I've always had concern with has been the growth of the budget portion of the Ministry of Finance. And you understand that area very well. And under you, that budget grew significantly as well. But today, I think it's the highest we've ever seen it. Will you make an effort to really tear apart on the expenditure side what the Ministry of Finance is putting in there? The whole issue with subsidies, where they control all these payments, as opposed to, saying this is a budget. Continental University or this other school that we're subsidizing will get this. We're making it clear. We're not holding that amount. It will be allocated for them. It's not in our budget. And then on the revenue side, we have been on this platform discussing sources of revenue and contracts with government like CTN and MedTech. Those kind of relationships where we can consider them concessions, but they are not approved by the legislature in many cases, where institutions of government make those kind of arrangements, quasi-arrangements. And you have been, as the head of public accounts, you have been making it clear that you will hold these people accountable. So where do you stand on that issue of Ministry of Finance's lion's share of the budget, and the fact that on the revenue side, we don't have true transparency, and even the line items, when they break down, the revenue side, it's not very clear who's bringing what revenue into our tax system.
Thank you. I think it's a very relevant question. I'll be brief. I think first we need to separate the administrative budget of the Ministry of Finance from all the other add-ons that are, programmed to service our debt, to make sure that the subsidies you're talking about, we need to be more transparent, under the ministry. So if I would do it differently this time, I would say, okay, here's my administrative budget. Here's how much I'm spending on, salaries and wages, on goods and services, and so on training and travels, blah, 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 blah. And then below that line, I would say, here is what is in contingency for emergencies, that may not be budgeted. Here's what we are going to be paying to service our debt throughout the years, the amount, and so on and so forth. I think if we can simplify it that way, it will address most of the questions you have. But there are new lines in the Ministry of Finance's budget where you have the deficit pool fund. This is new, so we need to understand from them what this means. It doesn't mean that there's a part of money, about $8 million, they are holding there in case there's deficit, so they can fund it. Deficit in what? Deficit in salaries. Do they expect that the CSA will recruit new people, and so on and so forth? So these are some of the questions we need to ask. If the purpose is to prevent deficit financing, then we're going to have to reprogram that money, because deficit financing is not bad as long as you keep it within manageable scope relative to your GDP. Sam Jackson will agree with me. I think the rule of thumb is that don't go above 5% of GDP, which you can manage, particularly for a shallow economy like Liberia. But look at the US, their deficit is in the trillions of dollars. That's how so long you invest it, you don't corrupt it, it's not diverted or so. You can always do deficit financing in a sensible way to enhance growth. The only way we can meet our growth target or surpass it is to invest in the growth sectors. And the growth sectors are agriculture, are tourism, and other sector, manufacturing, and so electricity becomes important. So finance ministry budget, yes, is high, but they've introduced new lines, like I just told you. We just need to sit down with them to understand where this is going, and then rationalize it in a way that there's allocation efficiency, and then we can move some money. If there are subsidies in there, let the subsidies go under the sectors that the subsidy receiving institutions belong to. If it's a health institution, it should go on a health ministry. If it's education, it should go on an education ministry. That would be my response to that.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We're going
on the revenue side. I didn't hear anything about revenue.
Yeah, revenue. On the revenue side, like I told you, this is a revenue book. I go around with it, and with these notes in them. As I read them, we're taking copious note. I'm working on an action memo to the Ways and Means Committee that should be going out tomorrow, basically pointing out some of our observations to help them see scope for collecting additional revenue. For example, the MedTech that everybody has been talking about, I have been quietly investigating MedTech, communicating with them, asking for documents, and so on and so forth, because as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, I can't thrive in gossips and hearsay. I have to have facts. So based on the evidence that I have, that contract is troubling. I don't want to go into the legality, because I understand there is a legal case before the Supreme Court that borders around money laundering relating to the same contract. And so I don't want the court to hold me in contempt. But my interest, and the interest of most of my colleagues now, has to do with doing a concession contract with a service provider without legislative ratification. This is serious. You can't bypass the law and everything. It's serious. The other issue has to do with the service provider is getting 80% of the destination inspection fees, and only 20% is coming to the government. Even that 20% is not domiciled within the Republic of Liberia. That should be going into our consolidated account, which is again a violation of our public financial management law. Where is that money? Who is managing it? Whoever is managing it now is subject to GSC account because it's public money, and we need to know how it's been managed since 2021. And we need to bring that on the revenue into the consolidated in this country. So there's so much work we need to do. Forestry is not performing. It's contributing only $1 million, and forestry, as Sam would know, as an economist, it's a big part of our economy. But it's underperforming. Is it the issue of administrative bottlenecks? We need to understand that. Or is it the issue of advocacy from our development partners to protect our environment? In that case, if that's the case, then we need to tap into the climate funds to raise money to develop the communities around the forest and so on. And if it is the issue of infrastructure, moving the harvested logs from the point of harvest to the port, then if the road is bad, if the port infrastructure is not there to remove it, then we need to fix that, or we stop the companies from destroying the forest. And if we have, like what our people say, 419 companies that some people brought here without any capacity to do anything, we need to cancel the FMCs, and then, maybe forget about the old model of using our forestry as part of our economic growth regime, and then go to the climate fund to preserve the last remaining forest in the Guinea forest of West Africa, so that we can get money and then do development that way. There's so many things we can talk about. The GSM companies in the GSM sector, we're not getting enough money there. A lot of people have migrated to data. Can we assess that to see if we put surcharge on that to the point where it does not inconvenience consumers, so on and so forth? There are plenty of things we can do.
So, Honorable Amara Conan, Buffalo Senator, we want to say thank you for this first round. Again, we beg you, because now we're going to be very sharp with our question. Just your question, folks. We can do the background conversation later, but let's just get to the question. We asked the senator to please briefly give us your answer. We know there's too much, it's a lot. You were talking about the
yes or no, yes, no, it will be easy.
You was talking about the 2023. There you go, it's right there. Those SOE. Yeah. You reported. Thanks to many of our listeners that share this information with us. Beautiful.
There you go.
You have it. I mean, it's so discouraging, though.
Look at that. Look at that. In FPRC, 3 million. MPA, 5. National Fisheries, where all the noise, 500,000.
Yeah.
FDA. So it's,
I just decided to share it. We have this in our bank. Now, let me be fair over here, Senator. Let's talk about MedTech.
MedTech?
Yeah, MedTech.
Okay, good.
CTF. It is discouraging from my end. Like you and many others, we supported Jose Yuma Barka. I'm not a party person because I'm independent. I support people because of the change I expect. And we supported Uncle Joe, like we call him, now President Barka. Here we go today. I had a very strict conversation with one or two of the ministers on MedTech. They are recommending this. I don't know whether you have seen this letter. For recommendation to President Jose Yuma Barka. It's in the chat from guys. Number 3 of this letter. Excuse me?
No, I was asking who wrote the letter. I know it's addressed to the president.
Yeah, the letter is
Commerce and the LRA.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm going to put it up. I want folks to see it. And I asked our producer to share on our pages. Number 3 is concerning to me. GTMC has failed to fulfill its financial obligation to the government of Liberia during the tenure in Liberia. The fees level, okay, everybody can read this. I don't want to go through it. At the end, they are recommending, folks, they are recommending that MedTech remain and do away with CTN. Senator Kone, have you spoken to Minister Amin Modal? Have you spoken to Finance Minister Burma Kamara? Have you spoken to Commissioner Double Jala on this MedTech issue?
No. I have not spoken to anybody in the executive branch about MedTech. I started my own investigation on MedTech and CTN several weeks ago when we received the budget, and I did not see MedTech contribution in the budget. That was a red flag to me. It was not based on anything. It was just based on the fact that if we have these service providers and they are supposed to be in this contractual agreement with the government, therefore their obligations should be reflected in our budget. Simple as that. And then I reach out to the chairman on the Commerce Committee, because this is a commerce issue, Senator Alex Tyler of Bomi. Together, we wrote our first letter to MedTech, and MedTech provided some documents. We allowed our lawyers to review the contract. Clearly, the contract is troublesome. I don't want to prejudice our investigation, because an ad hoc committee has been put in place by the pro tem to look into this matter, and I promise you we will. But yes, so far the information we have is that another company was introduced in this, which is a violation of the contract. And the contract clearly talks about political contribution, which borders around political corruption. If you're using concession to do political work, that's troubling. But again, we have a judiciary team. We'll look at that. But mainly the country's share in that contract, which is the 20%. Where has it been? Where is the money? It's not reflected anywhere in the consolidated revenue account. Rumors have it that there's an account in Dubai with MedTech Dubai there. And, why would you keep, Liberia's money outside of Liberia? And how does the government access that money? Through whom, or whose instruction? The Minister of Finance should know about this. The Controller and Accounting General should have known about this. The LRA Commissioner should have known about this. Unfortunately, he's deceased. But our job now is to follow the paper trail, is to follow the money, is to review this contract, is to make sure that this is not a corrupted contract. There is no violation of Foreign Corrupt Practices Act using our country. We have a case before our Supreme Court around money laundering that was filed by the Financial Intelligence Agency. This is so many things that happened in this contract from 2021 to now, that nobody in the previous regime was mustered the courage to talk about this and bring it to the attention of the president. Is troubling to me, and we'll fix it.
So, Honorable, please allow me. I will use this time to at least ask two more questions on this.
Yes.
Because this is very important for our nation. Yes. Seeing that our Commerce Minister, Moda, who's a dear friend to every one of us, and Commissioner Double Jala making recommendation to keep MedTech. Maybe it's surprising to you, and I post in this letter again. Folks, take a picture, zoom into it. It's the first page. These are the recommendations.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm surprised about this. Maybe they have information that we don't have.
Yeah, these are the recommendations that was made. But let me say this to you. The 9.3, this is part of the contract. We do have the contract also, sir. 9.3 say the payment, you're right, 20% and 80%. The 20% within this Dubai account, we have the account information, the account statement. It may surprise you, sir, that I think the minister or the commissioner, either they don't know or they choose to say they really don't know as to why they are awarding MedTech another contract and they are asking them to stay. As to why from 2021, the 20% were out there, Senator Amara Kone, up to 2023, July, when they put up froze, or when they froze their account. They freeze their account 2023, July 2nd. And we should all understand this. And here we are. What's the 20% from 2021 to 2023 prior to them freezing their account? And when I asked this question, when I saw the recommendation, and I asked the question, and I was told that, well, we really don't know. Who play into the 20%? And maybe you are in a position because you're a senator, you do not want to get into the legal argument. But I can say that MedTech, the government was using MedTech to buy government vehicles for Liberia Custom. The government was using MedTech
for LRA?
For LRA, sir. They bought vehicles. And for example, the late Thomas Donam, may his soul rest in peace. If he and Samuel Twelve asked MedTech to buy 10 vehicles, they put also that same 10 vehicle requesting the government to pay. So it was like double dipping. This is a network. We have this information. And I asked the commissioner and I asked the minister, why would you ask Mr. President to keep MedTech with all this information? And my answer was, well, we don't know. It's troubling. I'm disappointed. It's the only part of MedTech, and I want to bring it to you openly. I don't talk to you. I don't talk to you, reason being because you're a senator. But I really want us to set this thing straight for the sake of Liberia. Why would Amin Modal, the commerce minister, Double Jalad, a very, very nice guy, good gentleman. I'm not insinuating anything. But why would they recommend to Mr. President to keep MedTech and cancel CTN? We are not talking about CTN yet because we know the whole trouble with CTN. But it's troubling. Where is the owner of MedTech right now, Ramsey, when he visited the country?
Is he here?
When he visited Liberia, he's in Cape Hotel. Who owns Cape Hotel? When was the first meeting held at Cape Hotel, of which we do have photos? I'm not going to drag you into it, but I'm just saying it's troubling that when I speak on these things, I speak with documents because it's troubling for us to fight for the company that stole from our nation for 2 to 3 years. And today we said, don't listen to them. Let's just talk about 2023. Your answer, sir, and I will ask my second question.
Well, Stanley, thank you for sharing this information with me and your listening audience. I'm just seeing this letter for the first time. I'm a bit flabbergasted by it, but perhaps the sector minister and the chief tax collection officer of our country may have information that we don't have, so our investigation might involve them to tell us why they are recommending this to the president. But do they know that where this 20% is? Do they believe that the way it's been managed is consistent with our financial management laws? Don't they see potential criminality here? Again, like I said earlier, as chair of this ad hoc committee, I don't want to render any judgment now, but I can assure you, Spoon and everybody on this platform and our country, that we will get to the bottom of this and we will keep you informed every step of the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and we'll hold you to that, sir. Thank you. Let me ask my question. You're asking that Sylvester Grigsby should be out. You want him out. You're asking for his resignation because of NASCA. Are you really serious? You want Sylvester Grigsby to resign?
Yeah, Senator DeLoin and I had a heart-to-heart conversation about this. We believe that there was a serious error here in judgment, and the minister had ample time to take responsibility for the error in judgment, be humble about this, and then we could replace the money as long as the vehicles were being used by the government, register them in the GSA database, they become part of the government vehicle fleet. The process of acquiring the vehicles was just wrong. Wrong in the sense that the procurement process did not follow the established procurement process in the PPCC Act, Public Procurement and Concession Act of 2009, as amended. It did not follow the PFM Act. But fundamentally, we should not use pensioners' money as slush funds for government operations when, this is people retirement money, folks. It's like playing with Social Security in America. All right. The government can borrow from Social Security as long as it is done properly and is paid back. But when you do it this way, especially at a time when you are not a commissioned public official, you are coming in, you have a constitutional government, and you have an established transitional process and task force. Your job was to elevate that in the transitional meeting to say we would need X number of cars for VRPs. That's your job as the team coming in. The team that is on the other side responsibility is to provide the car, because at that point they are in charge of public finances. So for the Director General to just release that money quick like that because it was requested by somebody who was going to become the Minister of State, is just wrong. And Senator DeLoin and I felt that we should discuss this. Senator Grigsby and I exchanged some text messages, for just a few minutes. And, I told him in a text message that what you did was wrong, and I think you should say something about it. Admit your mistake. We all human beings. You can't make mistake, then you refuse to admit it. Then who are you? This is a country of law, not of man. So this is our way of recommending to the president to strongly reprimand the Director General, instruct the Minister of Finance to put the money back from the Minister of State's budget. The Minister of State can keep the car, and the Minister of State should ask the Minister of State for his resignation. Again, it's the president's choice to keep him, but we've made our case based on the merits.
If the president keep him, will you do a vote of no confidence in him?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's give the president the opportunity to first of all receive our recommendation from the Senate and then see his response. But we are helping him.
If I may add, this is my last, and I have to go to Blandy. Senator, we are talking about NASCO 117,000. If Spoon uncover another document of similar negotiation
in NASCO
with Sylvester Grigsby, then what? I understand you are professional, you're a senator, I'm not. You're there to be very, very diplomatic, I understand. With all the documents flying around, and most of them, they have come to be true from Spoon, though people doubt our credibility. Then what?
I don't know if I should direct this other one to. I've had a long day, Spawn. You give me a headache tonight. All these revelations.
Because it been almost 4
laugh.
months. It been
Oh my God.
4 months, and we're waiting for you. But I will have that conversation with you privately because I like to send you and Delon. You guys are
Tomorrow,
taking.
tomorrow you will hear about this. I think most likely our letter will get on the floor tomorrow, and we'll take it from there. This is really disturbing. If there's another document to show that,
Correct.
We should not bastardize the government. We shouldn't encourage that. I hope other colleagues, not just in the Senate, but in the legislature, will begin to stand up. But to do that, we have to do our best to build the moral authority, to speak without fear, to stand up without fear by doing the right things in there. We are all humans. We are susceptible to mistakes, but we should try our best as the lawmaking branch of government in our country to respect our laws in the first place. And that is why I want to commend in this public manner the President pro tempore for her leadership so far and her commitment to reforms. For the first time, we've had GAC and the Internal Audit Agency come in to do system reviews, hope of building a financial system where we can account for the money we're spending. I can be a PAC person providing oversight over the budget, making noise with the other people, holding all these big hearings, not just in Monrovia, but around the country, and digital hearing on Spoon for people to know that we are serious about this, building partnerships, and then we can even account for the money we are doing. We're writing checks to individual senators. It has to change, and she's embraced that. And Speaker Funati Kofa on the other side has also embraced it. The question you asked me today about, my speaking up, if it is a charade or something, we should continue to talk. We should continue to remind us what's wrong with the system setup. How far are you? How transparent is the budget going to be? For example, yesterday we discussed the Senate budget. The Senate budget, if I can say, over the last 6 years, went through the roof. 2023 alone, $90 million. I mean, not the Senate, but the legislature as a whole. An outlier in West Africa, among Liberia's comparators in low-income countries. I think this is news to most of you. But then there are some senators who are complaining that, we did not get 6 months gasoline, we did not do this, but they're being patient, they're being collegial, they are part of the institution that has not really been transparent, so they keep quiet. And so we, all of us, have said this to each other that we'll be transparent. And for the first time, the budget that the pro temp will be introducing to the country will show the line for each senator, what is being spent on each senator to do his or her job in the Liberian Senate, so that the money does not go on the omnibus operation, line in the budget where the lump sum is put there and you don't know what operation it is. So this is welcoming. And, by the time this year is over, we should have a system in place. In two years, we should be an institution ready to be audited and report to the Liberian people. That's progress.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take, I have two folks I want to add in on this conversation. I'm going to take one, and the next one will come in after the rounds of my fellow panelists. John Malu is here with a question, sir. John? John, go ahead. You're live. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Alma, and I'll go way back. Yeah, can you hear me?
You are live, John. Go
yes,
ahead.
John.
Okay. Can you hear me? Good. Okay, Amra is my buddy, and I don't want to interfere in his discussion tonight. But I got really one good question for Amra.
John, stop listening to your computer or your television. Just can you please talk into the phone?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you do. Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I'm not on computer, man. I'm on a WhatsApp.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
You're good. John, please talk to us.
Okay. Stanton, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Amra is my buddy. Me and Amra go way back, and I don't want to interfere in Amra's discussion tonight. But I got one question that Stanton asked. And I believe governance is important. Amra is talking about institution. I told Joe Boakai, I had a conversation with Eddie Sedi when she appointed Ashford Pugh at the port as security. And I went to her as Auditor General. I said, Madam, you don't have the constitutional ability or power to appoint just about anyone. And she said, oh, John, nobody told me that. And Eddie said, with all her problems, she's a person that can listen. When Joe Barker was coming to power, I said, you do not have Presidential Appointment Act. The Constitution is very clear as to who you can appoint in terms of advice and consent. Stanton asked a very serious question. Joe Barker appoints a chief financial officer at LEC and other places. Do you believe, Senator Amra Kone, that a president without any constitutional authority or power from the legislature in Ghana has sent Joe Barker, President Joe Barker, the Ghana Presidential Appointment Act? I say in the US, I say in so many other countries, I say be guarded by this. Liberia do not have a Presidential Appointment Act. So don't go around and appoint just about anyone you think you can appoint. Do you think appointing a chief financial officer for LEC was the right thing? I know you answer Stanton that people disrespected Joe Barker. But I believe Money Captain and all these people rejecting Joe Barker appointment, they are right. Because I don't think the legislature has given Joe Barker such authority to appoint just about anybody, including a janitor. Eddie said he made a mistake, and we call her on it, and she desisted from doing it. Why should Joe Barker continue appointing just about anybody without a Presidential Appointment Act?
Thank you, John.
That's the first question I have for Amra. The second question quickly, may his soul rest in peace. Thomas Woweyu visited me regularly in Virginia and said, John, one of the biggest problems in Liberia is everyone want a concession in Liberia and they want the legislature to sign off for that concession. A lot of people know me as being Joe Barker fundraising guy. I mean, some African country, which I won't name, everybody want a concession. Somebody came to me today and said they want to build housing in Liberia, but they want Joe Barker to get them concession. And I'm like, okay, why do you need a concession to build housing in Liberia? If you have a project or a business idea or a business model or a revenue model that works, go and build your housing in Liberia. Why should every concession, even somebody who want to import jetty, almost everything in Liberia got to go through the legislature for concession and law? Why should that be the case? So Stanton, thank you for the opportunity to ask my friend and brother Amra Kone these two questions. Should we have everything go through the legislature and become a law for every concession? And should the president just be able to appoint even the janitor?
Thank you very much.
Presidential Appointment Act.
Thank you very much, John. We appreciate your question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I'll be back on Spoon, by the way. I'll be back on Spoon next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you. Honorable Kone, please.
Thank you, John. I hope you are still listening. I don't know if you're in Virginia or in Accra, but good to hear your voice. Like John said, he and I go way back when he was here as Auditor General. He had to do the HIPIC audit, and there was serious resistance. He had to audit the 6 big largest spending entities, and there was resistance all over the place. Nobody was looking at the big picture. He and I partnered on that quietly, and were able to accomplish that to support Minister Gafwan to get us to the HIPIC point. But to his question about the Presidential Appointment Act, he's right about who the president can appoint and cannot appoint. Honestly speaking, I was a bit surprised to see the president appointing accountant, the chief accounting officers for corporations. These are done by boards, corporate governance. That's what we have boards for. In some instances, the president appointed people without constituting the boards, and those individuals could not take their jobs until the board was constituted. I mean, I wrote one morning after my morning prayer, who is advising the president? And some of my UP friends say, oh, you're angry, you this, you that. Who's really advising the president? This president has more advisors than any president that we know in the history of Liberia in the executive mansion. He's appointed more advisors. When you put their collective, combined experience together, it's more than 100 years. So what is the benefit of this vast experience, and if you cannot give the president good advice? Yes. Do you have factions around the presidents where they're not working to serve the president well? So John is right. Some appointments have been made that shouldn't have been made by the president. But my answer to Stanton in the beginning was, okay, granted, he shouldn't have appointed certain people, but he's the president.
Sorry, there's nothing to repeat.
The president has appointed, and the head of the institutions are refusing to accept it. And we saw one on live television where a presidential appointee as officer in charge presented his letter, and the officer in charge, in the absence of the director general for that institution, in this case NASCOP, did not acknowledge the appointment, similar to what's happening at LPRC. Why is it that the president would take action on the NASCOP person and not on the other person? And this is where people begin to draw the line between politics and governance. Was it because the person at NASCOP was a sedition? Is it because the person at LAC is a close friend of the Minister of State and other people around the president? I don't know. But John is right. So our job now in the legislature is to use all these mistakes, but what's supposed to be the most experienced government in post-conflict Liberia, to avoid, to look at the Presidential Appointment Act, to look at the Constitution, to see who the president can appoint and who the president cannot appoint. I'm not a legal person, and I think my friend John just gave me a homework, and we will look into that. On the issue of concession, it looks like Liberia is the destination for concessions, and we give concessions and the people don't perform. Look at how Western Liberia has become the hotspot for violence in recent months, where all the concessions there are not meeting their obligations in their agreements, and the citizens are self-contracting. So I think the issue of the legislature ratifying concession is a constitutional matter in terms of, the resources of the country cannot be utilized without legislative approval. But the fundamental question is the legislature really reading these concession agreements, is hiring experts to advise them, on these agreements before we can raise our hands to vote for or against them. I think this is where the seismic shift or the sea change needs to happen. And we will continue to work with our colleagues behind the leadership of the Pro Tem to institute some of these reforms. And we'll welcome suggestions for everybody. I hope we can open the legislature when the website is launched. The Pro Tem is working on it, so that people can send suggestions, and we have a team that can catalog these suggestions to make us do our job better. We need to have an open government.
Thank you. Granny, can you ask your question? Fadika, Uncle Sam, Dr. Bupla, and Isaac Doe. This is our last round, so just make it a quick short 2 questions. That will be fine.
So my question I want to ask about I want to go back to the Army wives.
Yes.
And the issue that happened, and the fact that we were promised by the president that there would be an investigation and that we would know what happened. But up until now, this is not just the first one. There have been several other committees set up to say they're going to investigate this. The public will be informed. This will happen. But we've heard nothing about the situation with the Army wives. I want to know, I don't know if you can tell us, but I want to know how should we react when we're promised something and that's not done?
Thank you, Glennie. That's a good question. And I think this is secrecy in governance can cause all kinds of stress in those who care about their country. This is a national security matter. We, the Pro Tem, constituted an ad hoc committee that was chaired by the Judiciary Committee Chairman, my former teacher at Monrovia College, Councillor Augustine Che of Sino County. I co-chaired that committee. I wrote about this at one point. It's one of the collaborative committees that I've ever worked with. Since I joined the Senate, we visited the barracks. We invited all the stakeholders, the former defense minister, the former chief of staff, the wives, the current acting minister, everybody involved in this. We saw them and then visited the EBK barracks, and what we saw there was appalling. We should not subject our military to those living conditions. We also heard about the promotion process not being transparent. So many things, the pay is very low. We're not paying our security personnel very well in this country. And to add insult to injury, when we deploy them abroad in the case of Mali, and I believe South Sudan and other places to be part of the peacekeeping operations there, we deducted money from their compensation, for their upkeep or something. So this is unacceptable. We have finished our work. I think we believe the Pro Tem talked about this when we came back for the special session in her press conference. I believe she has sent the Senate's recommendation to the president, to act on this. And we are working on the budget. We have a very strong chairman on security, Senator Saros Momo of Lofa County. He's passionate about the sector because he's spent all his life in the sector, and he's a credible leader, and he did a good job during that crisis, as if he was working in the executive branch. So Glennie, we've done our work, our part of the work, which was to investigate the matter. I think because of national security concerns, it cannot be published, but it's now with the president, and we hope the president will take action. And if not, we'll follow up with him.
Glenn, I beg you. Are you saying that the report from the Senate, you say it cannot be published?
No, you know, as Stanton, it has some national security implications there. That's what I said. So it may not be published because of that, but it has.
But we did. We publish it. We have it. We publish it.
Oh, you publish it?
Yeah, we did. We did because these are somebody saying the government take forever. So news is in a second.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I think we should have a classification system like they have in the US where we classify some security information. I think national security should be paramount, but secrecy in governance is something that I don't like. But in my humble opinion, some of the things we uncover over there in that report really is bad. And I think
it has not changed, Joe. It has not changed.
No, nothing has changed. Nothing's changed. Yeah.
Thank you, Glenn.
So I know there are three branches of government, and one should not overlap in the functions of the other. But when we look at our judicial system, there have been cases that we've seen where we feel as citizens they're not being adjudicated correctly. There is a senator who's in charge of judicial matters. I want to ask you, take away your senatorial hat, as an individual today. I'm sure you heard the news about Lucas. I'll continue to talk about it because I think Liberia, I think the country Liberia and its people there's some form of injustice today for Jessica. I want to ask you, what do you think when we're seeing all of the evidences that she showed, and we see today that a judge, according to his ruling, this guy has been set free. Is there a possibility, you as an individual looking into it, and in the Senate Committee on Judicial Matters, is there anything that can be done from your perspective as a human being?
Well, Glenn, to be honest with you, I don't have all the facts about this case. I heard about today's judgment in the vehicle on my way here. I asked my staff in the car, I said, "What is this about?" They said, "Was this girl who almost got killed by this non-Liberian and da 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 da." So I will have to really read about this. But in our judicial system, there's an appeal process. So if this judgment was rendered by a lower court, I think those of us who feel strongly about injustice for Jessica should support her and her family to file an appeal so that it can go to a higher court, for retrial. We should respect that process and exhaust that as much as possible. And to the extent that I can support that, I will. But I need to have the details of the case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think you asked a fair question relating to Jessica. We're trying to arrange to bring both parties on the show tomorrow or Friday that we can hear them. Hussein UJ Fadiga.
All right. My first question is with the issue of secrecy.
Yeah,
I read on your social secrecy.
Okay.
I read a post on that beautiful quote on your page about secrecy, and you just mentioned it, secrecy. Secrecy is a problem for some of us in the media. We tend to be very chatty with things. Sometimes we post a little too much out there. But as a senator, how do you envision an open government under President Boyka, and what is your role as an individual or as the Senate expect to play to make sure that we have this happen?
An open government under President Boakai should look like the following. President Boakai should not take too long to talk to his people, just like President Weah never spoke to his people directly, but he did so on the pulpit in his church or through his music. President Boakai should start conversation with the president to allow citizens to ask him about his policies, and then he can answer them. President Weah should take the executive mansion on the road where the people see him interact.
President Boyka, I know you, President.
Yeah, President Barkai, I'm sorry. President Barkai should do that. President Barkai should encourage all spending entities in his institution to be transparent about budget execution as much as possible. President Barkai should encourage the spending entities to be open to auditing first with the internal audit agencies. Agency, which to me is it's a prevention mechanism, sort of an extinguisher, if you will, before they fire something. So you start from there. When I was minister, all of the internal auditors that were assigned and in my agencies that I govern, I overruled my administration people in their favor because I was always on the road, mobilizing resources, and decisions were made in my absence. But in the end, the buck stopped with me. So the one group that I felt that I could count on to protect public resources to the extent possible was the internal audit agency. And they can tell you about that. That is why Yinswa's death hurt me, because he was the deputy there and he helped us a lot to send some of the brightest people. I demanded for the best. Some of them now are in leadership position at the IAA. President Barkai should invest in that and encourage his ministers to really prioritize these people and bring them to regular meetings. That should be an open government. There should be regular reporting. That's how I envision an open government under President Barkai. For us in the legislature, we have to make our budget transparent. This idea that the senators are making $20,000, $30,000, we need to put it to rest and draw a line for each senator to say, Senator Amara Kone, this is how much he's spending on his salary, staff salary, goods and services, printer, computer, blah, 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 travel, all the way down for each senator. It should be equal. So we don't have all the money lumped up on an operation that is not transparent, and it gives the impression that we're just stealing resources there. That's how an open government should be. And finally, we have about 100 and more than 100 audit reports that have been completed by the Auditor General, whom I found to be a professional. I didn't know him. I've gotten to know him over the last 4 months. I like his work. He's done fantastic work in STEAM, but his work has not been showcased because there has been limited or no hearings on these audit reports. We intend to change that. It's not witch hunt. It's there. It was there by the previous regime. They had the opportunity to hold a hearing and make the decision on them. So since they didn't do it, we're going to take them off the shelf and do the hearing. And then where we find egregious violation of finances or financial improprieties, and so on and so forth, will forward it to the president consistent with the law that he must act on them in 90 days by either sending them to the LACC for prosecution or so on. And one of the things that President Barkai should do is to go to support the LACC to prosecute those who stole the drugs from the hospital in Magibi County using American people money. This has been lingering for a long time. It was one of the talking points for Ambassador McCarthy when he was here. It was one of the talking points for the first meeting that the U.S. Embassy had with President Barkai. We are 4 months into the regime and no action. And the LACC now has prosecutorial power. They should be financed to go to Magibi County and prosecute this case because the culprits have been indicted. Otherwise, we run the risk of the cancellation of the FARA program that is attracting close to $500,000 to the health sector to buy drugs. But when taxpayers, American taxpayers' money intended to buy drugs for Liberians is stolen, I think we should prioritize that case. I think that's how an open government should be under President Barkai.
Can you be exact with us? What did the American tell you when you had a meeting with them? What did it say? Would it, if the government failed to prosecute, would it cut it off?
Yeah, they told me that They've been trying now to get the funding for the LACC. They've had 3 meetings with the Ministry of Finance people, but it's not happening. And they will be constrained because their new budget cycle is coming up in June. If no action is taken, they will stop the program in June, and we don't want that. It's going to have a serious impact, not just on our bilateral relationship with the United States, but people are going to die because we are not in a position yet to provide all the medicines that are needed in our hospital because of our budget. It's too small. So this could be one way to fill the void in the counties where USAID is working. You're talking about Monserrado, Margibi, Bong, Lofa, Nimba, Bassa. The big counties is where their programs are concentrated. When you start this program, people are going to die, and their blood will be on our hands as a government if we don't act.
They told you as a senator. Do you think they convey the message to the executive likewise, or they want you to convey the message?
I intend to have a meeting with the pro tem tomorrow to talk to her about this. To the extent that I'm a bureaucrat. I'm a professional. I don't like to jump over my boss. I don't communicate with the executive mansion directly. Never. You ask anybody, they will tell you American has never been there. So when they were appointing our local government people, that was of interest to me, and I thank the president for appointing them. I follow up, but in terms of communicating on policy issues, etc., we always channel that through our pro tem, and I intend to follow that process.
Thank you.
That will bring me to my second question. About a few weeks ago, the Senate signed a landmark resolution on war and economic crimes. I was watching you passionately talk about it, and it was personal to many of you. How do you anticipate that this war and economic crime resolution will contribute to justice, accountability, and reconciliation in Liberia? And then the second part of that thing here is, what are possible obstacles or things, either legal or things that could derail this process, that could hold it back or prevent it from happening?
Yeah, thank you so much. I will be quick. I think it's a good thing for our country to bring closure to this painful history of ours. The legislature has acted, but I want to caution Liberians that this is not the first time that a resolution has been discussed, on this matter, and it just died down. We hope that this will not be another kick in the can down the road. The ball is now in the president's court. The president informed the country and the world that war and economic crimes code was a priority for him in his inaugural address. It was a policy statement, and it generated renewed interest both in the country and outside of the country. And we are basically helping the president, to conduct, to help the country heal, through this transitional justice. So, but while we want justice for all of us on this platform are affected by this, and those listening, our people, we should also be mindful that we should not allow our predatory, corrupt, system to override what a true justice system should be, where people will be tried based on the merits, based on the evidence. The challenge is going to be 30 years after the war. How do we find the evidence? 30 years after the war, how do we find the right investigators, pay them to make sure that they don't tilt justice to their relatives and friends? We need to find protection for them. We need to find protection for the judges. Are the judges going to be Liberians? Are they going to be foreign judges? What is the location of this court? Is it going to be inland Liberia or on some island on the Liberian shores where to go there is difficult, and then we can build a court there and protect them? Or is it going to be outside of Liberia? All of these will be debated when the bill to establish the court comes to the legislature. But I think this is a marquee decision. Both houses have now signed the resolution, and I believe if it has not gone to the president, it's on its way there. The calls for an executive order to establish an office in the presidency to coordinate this process all the way to the establishment of the court. This is my position on this. We need to be cautious. We should not bring our emotions into this. Let's make sure that they are not wrongful convictions. Let's also make sure that those who the evidence point to for atrocities and economic crimes should pay for their crimes.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Jackson, please.
Yeah, okay. Amra, thank you so much for your answers. Look, it is clear that President Boycott needs a lot of help. He does. Okay, and I think the people in the concentric circle in that middle who are driving a lot of the agenda. I don't want to accuse them of being inept. But I don't think they have a broad enough reach, and it doesn't appear to me that President Boycott, something as significant as international relations, forget about foreign relations, but like African presidents in poor countries need champions to push their agenda. Ellen Sirleaf had George Soros. She had your good friend, Dr. Steve Rattling. She had Eric Wecker from the Harvard Grove Institute. She had people from ODI. And in fact, USAID paid for an economic advisor for you, Dr. Obama, from Kenya or Uganda, And I don't see Boycott go in that direction to broaden his reach, bring in, more competent people who can champion the cause of Liberia internationally. Why do you think that is so? It's just that the government is insular, or maybe they just don't have that an understanding of the necessity of having those kind of champions and ambassadors for Liberia that will push the country's agenda globally. I just want you to answer that, please.
I think it's both, Sam. I think it's both. I think it also speaks to the depth of the network, both inside and outside of Liberia. I think there are good people here that they should be attracting, but also our politics does not encourage the inclusion of those who didn't support the regime. We did it differently, and I like to talk about this, not to sort of go back or to talk about this, but we brought Samuel Toy you talk about Eric Wecker, you talk about Steve Radley. These are big international people, Harvard graduates, etc. Yes, based on former President Sirleaf's expansive network. George Soros was there supporting her, and Hillary Clinton, and so on and so forth. President Boycott may not have that kind of network, but I believe he has a network which, if properly utilized based on his needs, can help him in many ways. And that network is not only restricted to the internationals. There's a network here in Liberia, people with experience. I think those who are fortunate now to serve with him should look beyond their insecurities and attract talent to help them. I was Minister of Planning, and I invested a lot in recruiting young people, the Mo Ali's of the world, etc., to come and help and put them in the front and lead from behind, if I can paraphrase Nelson Mandela's leadership. And we did the same thing at the Ministry of Finance, where we invested a lot in young people, send them abroad, build their capacities, brought them back, and let them lead. And we led from behind. In the end, we mentored them. We made them do the technical heavy lifting. We did the political heavy lifting. And when we brought them together, we were able to achieve some things. And I think, you know, to your point, my advice to President Wakai's team is to focus on attracting talent. You know, don't be insecure about that. You know, and this is good for your success, because at the end of the day, the Liberian people will judge you by what you deliver.
Okay, so listen, my second question is on the War and Economic Crime Court. You and I both lost people during the war. Lost both of my parents. I think you told me something about, you know, your family was a massacre of some sort, right? So, I mean, absolutely, there's a need for economic and war crime court. But I'm looking at the security implications, the security needs, the security analysis, regional security. You know, talking to ECOWAS, talking to the UN system, and also you can't have an economic and war crime court when you describe the current circumstances in the country as economic disaster. So is there I mean, are there efforts to sort of, you know, solve these initial problems, you know, the problem of security that will end? Because if anything happens in Liberia, it will have it will offset regional security. And if we have a war crime in the midst of not so favorable economic conditions, it could also stimulate instability. So have you all thought about, I mean, addressing those two issues, the economic impact of a war and economic crime court and the security implications? Have you all had a good you all have a good understanding? And you talk about things like where the court will be situated, where the prison will be built, where the witnesses will be protected. Those are all issues. So have you all have a really good understanding of the prerequisites to a war and economic crime court tribunal?
Good question. I think that's the next step, Sam. The first step is to express the will, the intention to do this through a resolution. I think we've achieved that. The next step now would be through this office that the resolution is asking the president to establish through executive order to begin to do the type of analysis that you just talked about. We need to do that, you know, and that may take another year to do this type of analysis about the security implication in a country where we don't have security all over the country. We have volunteers providing securities in key communities across the country. You know, in a situation where our courts are hearing between 5,000 to 6,000 cases per year, and they don't have the capacity to bring additional burden onto them. So we have all of that, you know. So I think that would be the next step. This first step, we have to get it right. We have to lay the foundation. And then the next step would be to do this analysis to inform the bill that will actually establish the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amara Connor, the Senator of Bakuru County. We got only two more panelists left. We say we appreciate you tonight, Olad. We've been waiting for you. We know due to time we cannot squeeze all of our questions on, but we say yes, indeed.
I don't know how the guy is able to get good internet in house. I can't get internet in my house. I gotta come in studio now. I gotta go back.
Please do not
tomorrow you gotta give me that internet. Yeah, we gotta swap internet.
Please do not disclose his location. Dr. Bopler and Isidore, your two final questions. Isidore will take us home with the senator. Dr. Bopler.
Senator, thank you for being with us tonight and for sticking it out. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the information you're sharing with the Liberian people. I have two quick questions. The first is that I've noticed there is a shift in the practice of local county governance. Before the war, superintendents were important. Supervisor schools were important. In the post-war era, everything is the legislative caucus. And I had that experience myself. Bringing a delegation from America, went to the superintendent of Grand Bassa and appointed me to the legislative caucus. You mentioned in one of your responses that you don't know why, legislators are all in all of these agreements. And it seems like we're sidelining the county officials. Would you advocate for a stronger county government so that the executive branch in your county can do its work and the legislative branch can do its work and work as partners together?
Thank you. I'm a strong advocate for the separation of power. I believe that once we do our work to confirm appointed officials by the president, we'll do our work to appropriate the resources in the budget and enact the budget into law for spending by the executive to deliver for our people. Our interference in the implementation should be limited. I think this is my view. When I was Minister of Finance, I was frustrated by this. A few days ago, we were in our leadership meeting, and people were talking about putting LACE here, LACE there. And I'm not a big fan of LACE because I know that LACE is a corruption institution that people send money to do projects in the counties in the name of local development. And some of these projects are either substandard or they never get delivered and nothing happens. So we need to find a different model for local economic development. And the best model is to put the people, the local leaders at the center of this. Then the legislature can provide oversight. Well, all of that is not possible, Dr. Brooklyn, without a concrete local development agenda. When I was Minister of Planning, we work on the county development agenda, CDAs for each county. That process ended in 2018. So now the counties don't have it. So we need to reintroduce that so that we can, all the noise about county development money, social development money, if you don't program it to specific interventions, they get lost. And then the same noise, nothing happens. You go to the counties, you don't see any results. So I am for strong local governance. I am for decentralization, not just political decentralization, but fiscal decentralization and holding local government accountable to their people. And in the future, I am for the election of mayors and potentially the election of superintendent. Let the people elect their local leaders. The president is appointing commissioners that live with the people in their community that the president may never visit. The president appoints who should go there. When the people should do what they did to my father, where all the candidates will go stand in a small town and everybody line up behind them. Who supported, who still support you. We don't do that anymore. So we can do secret ballot. It doesn't cost much. On market day, you post the election, people come and they vote for their leaders. And that person can get commissioned by the president. And that person represents the people. If you don't do well, the people move you from there. This is my view. I hope we can accomplish that someday.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. My last question. I always like to focus on solutions. We have a lot of problems in our country, but I think as we discuss them, we have to think solutions so we move forward. We had two of your colleagues on our show recently. One came from Magidi, and he didn't like the fact that we didn't allow him to school us a lecture of the government. We didn't. But during all of that, we talked about the right to get paid to come back, to do some work in the interim when they call you back. He didn't say anything about one solution. There was a second senator that came from Bombay, and he had the audacity to say he's underpaid and he would never support reduction in any salary. In fact, he said he worked too hard and he needs more money. I felt offended by that. I think most Liberians did. So I'm asking you this question. As somebody who I believe is forward-thinking, forward-leaning, what is your vision for your resource-rich Bapuni. What is your vision for your county as you think ahead and look ahead to involve people more so to develop the county from the bottom up? What is your vision? And I will plead with you, Senator, to be as specific as you can, so your response might be prescriptive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My county is one of the poorest in the country. My county is endowed with mineral resources that need to be exploited in a way that it benefits the people. My county is endowed with forestry resources that need to be exploited to benefit the people. My county has one of the lowest education outcomes in the country. My county has one of the lowest access to healthcare in the country. So these challenges are there. And my vision for turning that around is embedded in a vision of the people of the county. So, like I said earlier in the program, I have been spending the last 4 months working on a draft agenda based on some of these constraints that I have outlined to you. Number one, I want the county to be the hub for healthcare delivery in Western Liberia, because we have a 100-bedroom hospital, thanks to President Weah. At this point, it's just a white elephant. We have to make it work, not just for the 98,000 Bapulians, as per the 2022 census, but the other citizens in Bomi and Cape Mount, which is close to 1 million people, to that hospital. So it helps us to pool resources, both financial and human capital, to make that hospital work. Then we will work with President Boakai to leverage our external contacts to build relationship between that hospital and other hospitals. So that's key. And then all of the local clinics can be connected to that hospital in a network like we have in the advanced economies. So this is the vision on healthcare. On education, I don't believe that we should build community colleges where we invest only $50,000 that just pay the few teachers that are there. The students are not exposed to research, which is what the university is for. But we can focus on primary education, not just to make it compulsory, but to support the children with good teachers, with school supervision, and so on and so on, to build a solid foundation so that they can progress all the way through high school. And then we make Bomi County work with our colleagues from there, the Center for Education, with a university, not just a community college. So we are discussing the land, to buy a land. Thomas Jefferson built the University of Virginia with just one warehouse. Okay. And today it's one of the best universities, not just in the United States, but in the world. He was a visionary. We can do the same thing in Bomi for our children in Western Liberia. You know, then economically, we focus on one county that has a coast, which is Cape Mount. Echo Lodge is there, but also the hotel is there. So we want to put together a Western Liberia Development Fund, put a pond manager in place, pool our resources, and ask other private people, those who are interested in co-investing with us, to rebuild that hotel so that Cape Mount can become the center for tourism in Liberia, particularly with the surfing, potential there. That's just that. But inside the county, we need to expand. We need to expand electricity there. There's electricity in Bomi, but the electricity is only limited to providing light bulbs in the homes. It's not supporting any economic activities beyond just the small restaurants and businesses that are there. I want to push electricity into my county so that we can leverage the foreign resources and begin to produce prime plywoods that can supply the rest of Liberia and potentially the Mano River Union. And this is why one of the reasons electricity, I'm advocating for electricity, because we need it over there. We'll have some of the prime, logs in that place that are there or being exploited illegally. If we can legalize it and attract, an investor, I hope a Liberian investor who can set up a shop in Bopolu, to manufacture plywood. It will create jobs for our young people. It will also meet an important demand in the construction sector of the economy. These are some of the things I'm doing. In the mining sector, I don't have a good history with mining. When I was a high school senior and I wanted to raise money to pay my tuition at Monrovia College, I want to dig diamond. And I dug diamond for 2 solid months. I dug a big hole. I washed the gravel and everything. I got nothing. From that day, I turned my back on mining. I hate mining business. I don't think I want to go there. But it's a livelihood for people, artisanal mining. So here's my vision, Dr. Brooklyn, to work with Minister Pay and the Central Bank and Finance Ministry to set up a diamond and gold buying office for artisanal miners inside the county at fair prices. All right? Because people exploit them. So when they go do their low hustle and they find their gold and diamonds, instead of coming to Monrovia and getting exploited by the Lebanese merchants, we should have a broker or a buyer closer to them, legitimized through the Kimberley process, and we'll do that. A big diamond was stolen from our people in Buffalo County last year. We're about to reopen that case, worth a few $1 million. And the place where it was taken from, the school does not have a roof. There's no medicine in the clinic. So we're just waiting for the national government to settle down. For us to do this budget business, we'll have to reopen that case to know where that diamond went and if the government got its fair share, because that could be corruption if they did not pay the right taxes and some of that taxes not go back to the people. Recently, another similar case that is being investigated by Lands and Mines. So our job now is to protect these artisanal miners, and the way to do it is to work with Lands and Mines to bring the diamond buying to the county versus people coming here. So these are just a few things. But at the end of the day, the people will have to decide what their priorities are. So we will start our consultation, the legislative caucus, together with the new county administration next month in all 6 districts, so that we focus on education, health, agriculture, the 1 million cocoa seed program over the next 6 years, so that we introduce cash crop agriculture in the agricultural mix in the county, so that the 18-month breed of cocoa can be introduced as part of the agricultural program, so that people can begin to get cash crop. But the thing we need to do there also is to work with LACRA to bring a buying office into Bopolu City, where people can bring their cocoa crops to cocoa beans or whatever, so they get fair market value. These are some of my initial ideas, but that will be consulted with the people before we confirm them for intervention.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I think the case you are referring to, we're going to have the gentleman and his lawyer. His lawyer is Sereno Cephas. One of the 2 cases you are referring to. They will be here on Friday because the gentleman came down. They promised that he would give him 2 homes, 2 big property, and some money. So he begging us, can I come on Spoon? So Friday, thank you for reminding us. We'll bring him on Spoon. He's willing to talk. He have not received a dime. Senator, we want to say we're going to bring in Isaac Do, but here comes your own Buffalo. They should call him the Buffalo boy.
You don't want me to sleep tonight? I got a big day tomorrow.
You got a long day. No, we're not going to hold you. We're just going to let Isaac Do ask his question. Then Mama will take us home. Mama will base it.
We're going to debate.
Yeah. Isaac?
Yes, Isaac.
So, Senator, I will ask you one question because I know the time you have to go. Instead of 2 hours, just ask you one. That would be okay.
Thank you.
But you said something earlier on that I want to go back to, and I think it's important to the livelihood of our people. And for me, it is also personal. Whenever one person loses a job, that will have an effect down the line, not just the person, but the person's family and other people they are helping. And you said it right on something we've always spoken of. It does seem to me that this government has embraced a policy of dismissing small earners and employing the very huge earners. This is just evidenced by what you said, Ministry of State, as a case in point, where we have the highest amount of advisors right now. And each of those will take home nothing less than $6,000. On the flip side, Ministry of State itself is dismissing people who are earning $100, $150. Senator, is this something you think Liberians should be concerned of? Are you concerned about that as well, outside of politics at all?
Isaac, to be honest with you, I don't understand why since 2006, when we started our reconstruction program, managing the civil service has always been a challenge. Under President Sirleaf, we introduced what you call the rationalization program under Dr. Allen, who was the Civil Service Director General then. The civil service was bloated as a result of the war. Everybody came in. I recall even in the Ministry of Finance, I met about 130 volunteers there. I was wondering, how can you be a volunteer in the Treasury Department of the entire country? How? So relatives brought their relatives and they were just there hustling, running errands and so on and so forth, and they call themselves volunteers. So when we're doing the reform to break up the Ministry of Finance, to create the LRA and bring in the planning function of the Ministry of Planning there, we had to deal with that challenge. And in the end, we dealt with it without any noise. So that was at a ministry level. President Weah came, we heard about harmonization and so on and so forth. And now President Baka is here. They're letting people go. And at what point will we draw the line for people to get this thing right? Are we so dumb as a country that we can't solve any problem? This is the frustration that some of us have. There are so many smart people in Liberia that can do something like this. And I wish Josiah very well. Josiah is an able professional. I know you will do well, but he will need the support of the politicians in the government to make it work. I hope that when President Barker leaves the stage, we will not have a situation where we go after innocent people, who because of the lack of those who led them exercising leadership are now victims of the bad people that presidents appoint in their governments. And this is where vetting is important. People should be vetted going forward, given the challenge of the country, on your competence, on the job you have done over the last 3 to 6 years in leadership, to demonstrate to the president that you can do well in a new job. Because even when you come from the White House in the United States to Liberia, the challenges are different. The culture is different. The politics is different. The structural challenges are different. You're going to have to be able to have the competency to connect the three in order for you to do well here. So I don't like what I see. I wish we had discussed most of this during the transition. We had ample time on our President Barker transition to solve most of this problem. He was declared the winner, I believe, November 17. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here. 16 or 17.
Yeah.
Then he took his oath on January 22nd. So you had December, you have January, you have almost 2 months to do the transition. Okay, in the case of President Weah, he had less because of this prolonged case that the Liberty Party had challenging the first round victory. So we're not saying this to bash the new regime. We're just saying this to highlight the incompetency that will continue to exhibit in the transition of our country from one government to another government. And I hope we can stop that.
Senator,
Yes.
thank you for joining us. We're over with the show. Amara, Mohammed, we finish this thing up. Do you think where we are right now with lawmaker salary, senator salary, where are you? Is it too high? You guys making too much?
The issue of compensation for lawmakers has been a continuous debate since our post-conflict reconstruction started. Because whenever the year ends, the legislature budget is always almost over what was approved. This raises serious doubt in citizens because there is no transparency in it. And here's my proposal. My proposal and the proposal of most senators today is that we put everything in the open and let the people decide whether the amount of, say, 150 to 200,000, including the senator's pay, transportation, constituency visits, staff salary, stationaries, and so on, line by line, if it is enough or less or more for the senator to be efficient compared to, say, what a minister would do that does not have any constituency obligations. But when you lump all of it on an operation and people don't see what is in the operation, you create doubt on yourself because of the secrecy. So, Standard, my answer to you would be, since I've been there, I've received 2 months' pay, and my net pay is around $7,000. You know, that's the compensation. And just recently, I got gas slips, and the gas slip for March was $2,000 of gas slips to buy for transportation back and forth. And we need to discuss that. We need to let it open.
So is it too hard for a senator? Are you making too much, you think?
I think it depends on when you look at the totality of the compensation in comparable position in the executive branch and in the judiciary. I think we shouldn't just zero in on the legislature. Let's see for a senator, what is the level of the senator? Can it be at the ministerial level? You know, or can it be at the court level, so on and so forth? Then we can draw that conclusion. But to me, based on the demand on senators responsible for the entire county, with a lot of constraints in transportation, etc., we need to make the case to our constituents whether what they are paying us is higher or adequate or less. And then we program that in the budget and make it law.
Even if you're making a minister salary or director salary at the equivalent, do you think with the current situation in the country, you are taking home too much? Too much? You talk about 2,000 gas slip, 7,000 if everything comes up, other benefits. Do you think right now with our country condition is too much? The reason why I asked, I'll be very brief. We beat on President, we are in the past government for all these things.
Yeah.
Do you think then we were fair?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The difference this time is that we don't know how the legislature under President Weah was able to spend $90 million in a year. We don't know how much how were they able to spend 80 million the year prior, 70 the year prior. So every year their budget kept going up by $10 million. We're not going to allow that to happen. What I'm proposing tonight, without saying yes, it's less or no, is that we are in the process, and it's a very, very transparent process in this budget discussion to be able for the first time in the history of the Liberian legislature since the war to say this is how much we are proposing to spend on each lawmaker to be able to be an efficient lawmaker, to do away with them approving, for example, 60 million for both houses, and when the outturn is done by the Ministry of Finance and published on the Ministry of Finance's website. All these numbers I'm quoting, I'm not saying it to expose my friends. That would not be integrity. Integrity, my friends, is not to rat on your friends. But when the information is public, it's being reviewed, and the CAG did it and published it on the Ministry of Finance's website, and it's there. It bothers me to know that the legislature of a country where there's no medicine in the hospitals, the schools are lousy, was able to spend $90 million on itself. And most of the members don't know what happened with that $90 million. So it's a problem.
So when you call for a reform, will you ask the Senate to reduce the salary, the benefits? Some of those money.
I don't want to come across as a hero. Okay. I'm not.
I respect that.
Institution. We are discussing it and we are making progress.
The position that one of your colleagues took here on Spoon last week, Edwin Snow, he said he want more money. Do you? While you are discussing it, he said he need more money. You're making way less.
That's Mr. Snow's position. He come from that camp in the discussion, but we'll meet in the middle.
Are you thinking about running for president 2029, sir?
Yes, Tanta man. Hey, my friend, how you put me that kind of question to me this early in the game?
The people say what's so easy with you on the show, so I'm gonna come with everything I know in my brain.
Are there hard question there?
Are you contemplating a run for 2029?
Easy with me. I've been asking you a question there. I do my best. Then say you easy with me. You ask me a question for 2029. Okay, let me answer your question. Stanton, my concern is for President Boakai to lead our country successfully over the next 6 years. If the health permits him and he wants to run for re-elections, we will make that decision based on his performance. But let me say this to everybody. I come from a small county. I come from a minority tribe in Liberia, minority group. I am proud of who I am. I'm proud of my county. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm not harboring presidential ambition. I know it is intended to silence me. I am an intense guy. When I get involved in something, I go all the way. I want the best. I want to win. All right. I want to develop more captains so that more MVPs can come up. So I'm not there yet. My focus is for the country to recover from whatever losses we may have gained under President Weah. My focus is to work with my colleagues in the Senate to provide the oversight that is necessary for the executive to deliver. Then in my county, being one of the most impoverished, yes, I want to make sure that the hospital is working, the clinics are working. All the schools that were abandoned, I have pictures here that you can see later on will come on the show, where the children are turning the ceiling tags to kush, etc., can be rehabilitated. I want a county where the people who are agrarian, based on agriculture, but they cannot move their crops to market. I want to open the road for them to be able to market their crops, so that they too can be part of the economy. I want the mining sector to benefit the people. I want the Lebanese and the crooked Liberian brokers to stop stealing our people diamonds. That's what I want, and Spoon. And in the Senate, I'm a Liberian senator. While I push for my county, I have to make sure that the rest of the country works well, because my county is connected to the rest of the country. When the time comes, let the people, my colleagues, those of you who are in a political ecosystem, can decide who they believe can maybe lead the country the next time. If I'm lucky to be part of that, it will be a consensus, but not my own personal ambition.
Fair answer. Are you still with the alliance, the UP alliance?
Yes, I am with the UP Alliance. The thing that makes my UNO Alliance membership difficult is that I don't belong to any political party. So I don't have maybe leverage like the other people do. So my leverage is my independence, and I don't intend to lose it.
Did you recommend anyone for appointment? Did you recommend anyone for appointment to the president?
Early on in the transition, a few Unity Party alliance members whom I have worked with in the past, I want to be careful not to name names, presented to me a list of 21 of them, all UPists. They wanted me to be the messenger to deliver their list to the president, which I did 6 times. Some of them struggled to get appointment, and some of them had to go public before they were heard. The last time I met with the president on it, he wrote on it with his green pen and showed me. But then the last time I met with the president, he said people were changing names. They had their personal interest, and he was not happy about that. I called them and said, I had done my part. I cannot spend the early time of my senatorial journey on this. I'm going to have to focus on my senatorial work. I know some of them were not happy, but I did my part. And the speculation that I'm angry because I took names to the president is not true. I was just a messenger for a group of UPists who felt that based on my little contribution at the time, that leverage could have been used to their advantage. I did it. It didn't work. That's not the end of life. We move on.
Thank you, Honorable. I appreciate you. Mame, it's all yours. And I'll say great thanks to you, Senator.
So my man, you just came on the show just to see me. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Good show.
I get
now, Papa, you need to rest. I told you about this all the time. Young guys.
You know, Senator. Briefly. I mean, completely different. I mean, I admire your point. You talk about the history about employment in the country, how we flooded the payrolls, and we've been struggling to fix it. And I wanted to bring something to your attention on that. And lastly, I just wanted us to look at going to the future. Those are the 2 things I want us to talk about very briefly.
Okay.
So you were right with all the struggle with payrolls. One of the things we keep missing and not emphasizing, for which we cannot address the payroll issue, is we put too much of the emphasis on the ghost employees. And nothing much is done about the ghost employers. When the GSC conducts audit, they list the ghost employees, but no action is taken on who bringing these people and employing them in the system. I think going forward to solve the problem, we need to pay attention on identifying those people who illegally bring people onto the payroll, who bring ghosts onto the payroll. Like, for example, at the Ministry of State, special assistant writing letter of employment to hire civil servant on government payroll. The letter is up. Those are the ghost employers. If we can pay attention on identifying the ghost employers and taking them from the system, it is highly likely that we can reduce the number of ghost employees. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, saying you on the Public Account Committee. Let's pay attention to identifying the ghost employers and penalizing them. Because we have done a lot with the ghost employee, but because the people in the system are not touched, they keep bringing the ghost employees back. I wanted us to just look at that. Going to the future, Senator, there's this mindset, and if you listen to the CDC intellectuals now, everything in the country is about creating this false equivalency between George Weah and President Boakai. And the goal is to legitimize the failure of the Weah administration. CDC will show somebody died today as if it is the standard. CDC will say, oh, incompetent people in government, as if it is the standard. CDC will argue, oh, the budget you submitted to the legislature is the same thing, as if it is the standard. They do all those to be able to prove that since we have failed, Baka too can fail. My question to you, what can we do to present a fair alternative, just in case, in the worst case, Baka doesn't perform as we are did, to convince our people that this is not the standard for governance? What can we do? Because everything CDC is doing now is to prove that the mess that we are created, Baka is creating the same thing, therefore we should come back. What can we do to take our people to another level of understanding what governance is and what happening is not the benchmark and the requirement for good governance?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. The thing we can do is to raise the bar. I think we lower the bar with the election of Mr. Weah. And, you know, his supporters have been conditioned to believe that whoever follows him, we have to measure to that lower bar. So we need to push the bar back up. And the onus is on President Boakai, his ministers, his officials, and those of us who supported him to push that bar way up so that it is impossible to bring it back down. And this is where we, the educated class, will have to make education the issue again, because we heard that it didn't matter in the election of president, and we saw the consequences of that. So the educated class, to me, is part of the problem in this country. From our parents' generation, the PhDs that came here, etc., they never really converge around core ideologies beyond the Moja era, the progressive era. And once the coup happened and the whole progressive movement split, some of them went with the coup makers and some of them went abroad, etc. You know, ideological politics died with it. And I think Mr. Sam Jackson can help us with that. So since the coup, we've never had politics based on ideology as the progressive, the Bacchus Matthews, the Tipute and others, Dr. Sawyers, the late, was able to govern as a country to challenge a powerful oligarchy in this country. So we have to determine what kind of future we want for our country. We want to determine how we're going to build the partnerships among ourselves instead of undermining each other, so that, again, this lower bar standard that have been set by Mr. Weah and the CDC will prevail. And, you know, the onus is on all of us. But President Boakai now must lead. I think it's too early. And, you know, the first policy document that could have shown President Boakai's commitment to raising the bar is the budget. And in all honesty, if I can be candid, I think his team did not do a good job with the budget. You know, the argument is that he didn't have much time. I would have continued to do the 112 as long as possible to craft a budget that was going to demonstrate the president's commitment to changing the ball game. And that's what we're working on now.
Senator Cornell.
Let's wait for another 6 months. In my view, the 100 days is almost over. Not a lot is going to get accomplished there. I hope the president will recalibrate. The rainy season is here. Productivity is going to decline significantly in the rainy season, which is the history of our country. The next time we're going to see real tangible progress happening is the next dry season. 1 year will be gone. You got 5 more years to go. But the third year is politics.
Senator Cornyn, there's an important secret you need to tell the people today about the data room. I beg you, please do it in 30 seconds.
What's that?
During the first round of the elections, the Rescue Coalition said they would have announced their results, and we were supporting that. The first attempt we made to announce those results, all the diplomatic actors in the country shut us down and stopped us from announcing the results.
Were you on Spoon at the time, Mame? Because that's right. They called me and they said I shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I was here.
Yeah, you're right.
So the rescue people, Senator Nyambli Kanga Lawrence, they issued a press statement and announced the time for the announcement of the results. When they went to the rescue center to announce, they couldn't because all the diplomatic actors wrote and asked them not to do it. And Senator Dillon and other people said they couldn't do it. I had a whole group plus this story came up. You took over the data center. You announced that you will announce the result. You consistently announced it from day one to the last day. What was the magic? All the actors were listening. In fact,
the election, you want to go relitigate the election?
No.
Yeah, man, we're going forward to build a country.
That's okay. I mean, he asked this question. I wish he had not asked it, but let's show respect to each other. We'll answer his question.
I really want to know what was the secret.
Yeah. No, I really didn't expect this question. I didn't look forward to talking about this whole election experience. Is behind us, but
yes, man.
What everybody doesn't know is that when I came from Bapulu, exhausted from my own campaign, I locked myself in. I quarantined myself for 2 weeks together with my my mentee, Gafi Sharif. He did the spreadsheet. We were doing the scenarios for 2 weeks. The first objective was to establish a clear path to victory by developing 3 different scenarios for Mr. Bokai's victory. And it was clear to us.
Senator, quickly. I mean, my question specifically was, you were announcing the results. The diplomatic
and nobody stopped me?
Yes.
That's what I'm coming to. So I did a pathway. And it was clear to me that Mr. Boakai could win if we did certain things, which were security, this, that, system, reporting. I invited Vice President Kohn. He gave me a soy. He liked it. I went to the embassy and met with some partners. They like it. They said, if you guys can do this, then it's great. And I said, I'm going to make sure that we are correct and we can announce this to challenge NEC to report accurately. So it was diplomacy, networking, building consensus ahead of the actual event. So we did a lot of work behind the scenes. That's how we're able to do it, and it turned out God was on our side. The margin of error was negligible between us and NEC. That was it. So the story here to conclude is, for you to succeed in something as complex as the election reporting that we did, as complex as development that Mr. Sam Jackson is well aware of, you need to build a network. That's why he was asking a question about why is it that Mr. Boakai does not have the kind of network that President Salif had. We saw the result in President Weah. He has zero network and his administration crumbled. I hope President Boakai will be open to tapping into his local and international network. He has a network. He has people who are supporting him. They may not be as wealthy as Mr. Soros, but he has people. He just needs to tell them what kind of help he needs. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Good night. Be safe.
All right.
All right. Wow. Let me bring the late comer, Fatima. She's going to kill me. You can run it in the back. The senator got to go. Let me bring back Acid. Acid, though, you did something extremely generous again. Day number 2. I mean, you're changing every day. You see, I will ask one question because the senator have to leave. Last night, you said, okay, the other day, AB, you want me to be quiet? I will be quiet because you're the guest. I said, though you are improving.
No, I can tell you why. I can tell you why.
You are improving, I said.
I'm
I'm not asking for your
I can tell you why.
Asking for your why.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. That was happening when you joined the rescue
I'm
team.
not asking for your why, please.
Isaac has officially joined the rescue team.
Lead a man. Get a man credit.
Go ahead and tell me why Isaac officially done the rescue
Because you
team.
officially, we know the secret, we got the news.
I have
We've been
not.
telling you, but we are glad that you came on board.
I have not been a man with excuses in life. There is nothing more than excuses this government gives. And there is no chance whatsoever that I join a team that gives excuses every single day. Absolutely.
I think I would say this to everyone. Uncle Sam, let me start with you. Dr. Bopler, you will come in next. We welcome our sister Fatima. Let's do the post Amara Conan interview here real quick. Uncle Sam.
Yeah, okay, look, so Amara is a very close friend and political ally. I worked with him as advisor for 6 months in 2014. We speak regularly. So I will not be a good person to provide an objective thing because I just know he's brilliant, he's eloquent, he's passionate, and he's a patriot. I mean, because I've known him to be that kind of person. And he's also honest too. I mean, he basically admitted that the UP government flunked on electricity. They rehabilitated an old dam. They did not concentrate on the bread and butter issues like agriculture. And he said all of that. So, he was very powerful. I think he has a great political future. I hope I live long enough to see that. This was a good presentation, but like I said, I may be biased because of my personal relationship with him. But that's how I feel from the bottom of my heart.
Well, so if I may go next, because
let me go next.
I gotta tell you hello before you go.
No, to go next, you gotta change your name to Dr. Butler. After saying Dr. Butler.
All right, go ahead, Doctor. Go ahead.
So, I agree. Senator, he's smart, he's brilliant, very articulate. I was a little disappointed with the response on the salary of the senator, especially when you put that next to the senator from Wyoming who came here and was very brazen and said, no, I'm never advocating for a pay cut. I want a pay raise. A net salary of $7,000, it is too much for the senator in a country like ours. The way you set salaries is always based on the median income in the organization. That's why I said Liberia was business would be other business. I was very disappointed that when the senator was clear on so many things tonight, he kind of wobbled on that. And I think they just all need to come together and say, listen, we got to do something better for our country. We'll lower our, because that's the thing, contextually in the cultural context like here, you got money. If you big shot, you all know. You big shot, you have access, you get stuff that you didn't even earn. So for him to wobble and say, well, I got it. I mean, I appreciate his candor. My take home is $7,000. That's too much. That's way too much for a poor country where most of its citizens are unemployed. I did appreciate his answer about vision for Bapuli. I hope you will take that message to the county and spend more time talking to the people in the village, all of them, so they understand what they're trying to do, and then mobilize resources and do it in partnership with the local government. I'm a big proponent of local government development. That's simply because I study economics and I can't find one model where the top down have developed the country. Even China, that had one of the strongest central government, they realized over time they needed to empower the local people. And I think when we move in that direction, development will take place quicker. I appreciate the senator. The senator is a class act, so I'm glad he was here tonight.
Let me do my closing before we go to Fadika and the rest. I would say this is very important. I appreciate Senator Amara Corner. I appreciate Senator Amara Corner because, listen, a very quiet show, but at the end of the show, we push him, especially when he said, listen, he didn't rule out that he's not going to run 2029 for president.
Well, he's going to run.
He did it. So now a lot of people started to text me and say, well, he just didn't say I will not run, but given the chance from his folks, people believe that Senator Amara Corner will be on the ticket 2029. The second most important thing, he didn't say, listen, I'm making too much money, or he didn't say I need more money. He said, let's just make the budget so simple that people can understand, and then the citizen will decide and make their request. A beautiful answer. Let's talk about Sylvester Grisby. He's open to say Senator Dillon and myself ask for the resignation of Sylvester Grisby. This is important to note. As to why, you heard his answer. I think the alliance have cracked. I want to say this, Uncle Sam. Maybe I'm saying it because, the virtue of the father has supported President Bouakai, so I want people to hear me. I think there's a gap in the alliance, the UP alliance, and the way in which Amara Corner didn't hold back. He said it directly looking in the camera because of Sylvester Grisby's attitude. I wonder they're going to call him. If it were any other person, but now they're gone, they're fired. So right now, I left what Senator Corner said, left with the president, but we have put it in the letter that we are asking for Sylvester Grisby resignation. Liberians are watching, folks. If you listen to someone like Amara Corner, he's not hiding. He's not throwing stone to hide his hand. He said, I asked for Sylvester Grisby to resign. It is inappropriate. Even if he got an order from anyone, he should resign. Will Mr. President take action? He's on a 10 days out of the country vacation. But will Mr. President Joseph Yuma Bouakai take action? Sylvester Grisby, there's a lot of problem at the executive mansion, and everything falls on Sylvester Grisby. Okay. A lot of problem. Let me mute. A lot of problem at the executive mansion. Everybody moving within their own fashion. We can call names, but I'm not going to do it. So what will Mr. President do? And I love his answer. It is important for us to checkmate everyone. The appointments, he's right. He left with the president again. If President Samuel Jackson or President Fatima or President Bopla, that would never happen to you. That would never happen to President Cummings. That he make an appointment and somebody say, I'm not going to take your appointment. How dare you? That would never happen to Madam Salif. George Weah would never take it. George Weah appoint you, he appoint you. You can go up, you come down. That CEO either leave or he succumb. Why are they taking it? Even if the president is not following the presidential act, like John Muller is saying, why are you openly being insubordinate, disrespectful, and it's rampant, Dr. Bopla. It's too much. In everywhere you go, the people say, we don't care if this is from. Most recently, women pay. Most recently, 2 of the guys that were appointed by President Bouakai, I have the letter. Women pay say he's not accepting them. It's disrespect. It's concerning. Who gave them the balls? He's the then president of the Republic of Liberia. That they would look in and say, I will not take this appointment. Are you kidding me? It's discouraging and make us to say, do we have a precedent? And these guys don't just play checkers around the president and say, I will not take it. He came with his letter.
Can you do that to Josh Manawia? You ever heard of something like that? That Josh Manawia appointed Al Fadika and Al Fadika went to their ministry and they said, no, go back? You ever heard it from Madam Salif? Let's stop this joke. Why are they disrespecting President Boakai? And the chief of staff accepting it. What's the willpower of the president? It's insubordination. But I rest my case. I know we got to go. I'm just hurt.
I can answer that question for you if you want me to. And when I answer, I'm sure how you guys.
Let me finish before they can answer your question.
I mean, how the
next answer.
Mommy, how you poor? I said, how come you go? You brought mommy and
I said, don't go ahead. Fadiga, you know, you got nowhere to go. You stay in the place that you say you can't go away.
Fadiga, LEC went. I bought $1 US worth of fuel. So finish. So let me go.
Y'all still getting mad. Y'all still got small money.
So, you know, on the serious, I mean, the senator did well. I will give him the. There were some questions he didn't explicitly answer. He went around them like a politician, and you know, and that's what it is. But few things were shocking to me. One of those things from his presentation, I can safely say, if elections were to be held tomorrow, all of the time he spoke, he even said thank you to President Weah about 3 times, and he did not measure a single thank you to President Boakai or anything. You can go to the tape and listen to it. When he talked about the 100-bedroom hospital, he talked a lot of other things. It only tells you some form of regret has set in with him. But you know, we've been into this game. We know how politicians come and talk on set, but at the back, things that are said there, we know that. And there were a few things there that he confirmed. Again, we have said those over and over and again. One of the things he confirmed was the issue that had to do with the 40 million that President Weah spoke of. He confirmed that. And he also did not confirm President Boakai's, because he said even if President Boakai's amount was net or gross, it still wasn't right. But President Weah's was right because it was gross. He confirmed that. He also confirmed the issue of the excise tax that we talked about, that executive order was only meant to put certain oil and liquid in the pockets of government officials, but not the regular people. You make the budget to, as of today, short almost $15 million, but that amount is not reaching the common man who's buying the gas at the gas station. It only tells you someone is benefiting, and that person will be the business partners. The business partner will turn around to their big government friends. He confirmed that right on the show. You know, and he also confirmed that President Boakai is not in charge of the government. Don't blame me. Don't believe me. Roll the tape. He said he took the list of some 21 persons to President Boakai 6 times. And President Boakai told him that, my man, they're changing names on the payroll, on the appointment, they put their own names and they're changing names. That alone says a lot, that the president is not in concern. Why? It confirmed that the president is not in control of the government. And I wanted to end on the picture you just talked about. I know No, I say I'm ending on this. I got 2 minutes. I posted this picture. You know, I don't usually like to talk about people I know, I talk to. If you want to know, you put the picture up. I mean, I spent almost 6 hours with President Weah today. So I'm not sure if you want to put the 6 hours up. But let me say this. When I posted this picture, a lot of seditions came in my inbox were concerned. Oh, my man, you going? Oh, you going? Oh, you see? Let me just say, VP Kun is my big brother. We came a long way. I don't like talking about people on the show. We talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? And
then when the consummation is also.
You sign the paper today.
Oh, no.
Let's sign the paper today. The hustle is real.
You got a copy.
Listen, I said though, you will not be hustling. You will not be
my parents
hustling.
said he didn't want to broadcast the team, man.
We're not broadcasting. Sorry, we're not putting it out.
Listen, yesterday I was a believer of President Weah. Today I am. Tomorrow I will be. And my belief in President Weah is not by words, it's by action. If you were to look, today, my man, wait, let me end. If you were to look today, of all President Weah's appointees he had in his government, the only person that sits on a media platform every night to defend what we've done is Asigdo on Facebook.
No, and Sam Jackson. Asigdo and Sam Jackson.
But not in the government.
Asigdo and Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson received $25,000. Asigdo and Sam Jackson.
You were just writing people.
The old Sam Jackson.
Vision people, don't mind these people. We are together in this. We will always be proud of the decisions of President Weah.
You were split time.
President Weah. And we will ensure this country gets back to the people.
Y'all look good together, oh.
So how much? I heard that you received $2,000 for transportation. Answer, is that true?
No. You said 3G.
3. Oh, okay. Is that true?
I did not go there for money. No, I didn't receive.
No. But seriously, you received something for transportation.
No, I didn't receive money.
Seriously,
all the money I got, Fadiga came to me and gave it to him. Probably.
Fadiga
He's a big brother. He's always been one. We talk a lot.
Yes, sir. Uncle Sam, seriously, we really appreciate you on Spoon Talk, man. You bring in a different flavor, and you accept us as your children and you know, as your co-panelists, and we always have fun. You know, someone said something to me today concerning you. They said, through it all, you never get mad. You always come back to joke and laugh. I want to say thank you for being part of Spoon. Seriously, I do. Thanks.
I'm tough as nails. I've been in this game since 1974. And I mean, nobody can rattle me. I mean, I will yell and scream to make my point, but it doesn't make you an enemy of mine. I mean, and most of the comments against me, oh, you marry a young girl, you do that, but against the Saint Jackson that role, Saint Jackson, the student government, or Saint Jackson kill, or Saint Jackson, so they kind of stupid. Oh, you marry a young girl, hey, you need Viagra, you need CR, all kind of nonsense. But against the Saint Jackson, not no book. Yeah,
this is what you mean.
Look at light tonight.
They can say Saint Jackson. Wait, let me finish. They can say Saint Jackson get good credit. They can say Saint Jackson live in the ghetto neighborhood. They can say none of that. Or Saint Jackson, Saint Jovial left, they're begging people for money. They can never say that. The only thing I need to keep up is my integrity and my personal value. Once I do that, I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I love you guys because I mean, I get an opportunity to speak to tens of thousands of Liberians every day. That is an opportunity, it's a privilege. Yeah. To get that kind of privilege at my age, to be able to connect with the millennials, the younger generation, and people like you guys. I mean, it's an honor, it's a privilege. And I will only stop coming say don't come. I will always come.
No, I can. You listen, there's a reason why I call you Uncle Sam, man. I really admire you and appreciate you. But you know, by blood we are not related.
I gotta go.
But I call you Uncle Sam because you have that value.
You say want to
right?
make it.
You can come and with me. This is what we have today. So you can come and
go ahead.
So you have to drinking Expo today? Drinking Expo today?
Yeah, I said do it.
So you are drinking Expo today? I would have booked a big cussing for Joga every day. You can't call me, but you call me.
I put my juice. I'll put my juice inside here.
My people, y'all, hello. I'm my
So
brother.
I gotta go, guys. I'm very hungry.
How you just leave me as soon as you see me running away?
I'll call you.
I'm kind of surprised. You keep on.
Fatima, talk now so we can end the thing. Talk.
Yeah, you keep on Fatima left. Why?
I wish more.
Why?
No, the
man,
man that finish. The data finish. Don't have to see in left. The data finish.
In America, my data will finish.
Then I you he said Fadiga. You
No, not you. Fadiga. You can be laughing at me, but data not finish.
So my man, you get dressed like
I say you let Fatima talk, man.
That's right, man.
Fatima talk.
Hello to all of our panelists, my brother Isaac Doe, who met with a VP, to all of your CEO, to all of the viewers around the globe. I say your hello. I came a little late today, very late. I wanted to actually ask our Bapaloo Senator some questions, but unfortunately he left before I came. I was in the back room. Somebody told me, say, no, the man gotta go. So I let it go. But it was a great show. I heard the interaction. And one thing that I really admired was his stance on what he wants to see in Bapaloo. He was talking about the hospitals. That's something that I'm really passionate. They have a new hospital in Bapaloo, but no medicine. So I heard him talking about the hospitals, revamping that hospital, making sure that the hospital have medicine. I also heard him talking about the education sector. He was talking about the schools and what his intention is for the schools over there. So, you know, I was just super excited about those things. But I just want to say thank you to the viewers all the time. I mean, I saw the viewers and I saw them engaged. Most times I'm laughing, people thinking I'm laughing about something. I'm always laughing at the viewers and what they're saying. I'm so much involved with them because most of the time they keep us honest. They make us to continue to strive to make a better Liberia. Thank you guys so much for this evening. I hope I'll be with you guys on Thursday. Thank God. But Uncle Sam also, I just want to say thank you to my Uncle Sam. Although the last time I confessed about our little rendezvous, Uncle Sam now stop calling me. You don't call me 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, it's not that. My wife not feeling well. That's why.
Okay. Yeah. Uncle Sam now bounce me on my own way web business. Get to them. Again, my sister. The guy told you say okay for you to talk to me. And you want to talk, but anyway.
How are you?
Thank you, Fatima.
You're my daughter.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Dr.
Love you guys. See you later. Dr. Brooklyn.
Thank you, Dr. Brooklyn. Thank you, Awa. ID, thank you. Thank you for seeing the president and the VP. Bye-bye.
Nelson, come on. We want to say thanks to all of our many fans. Always good to have you. Asido, what are you finishing at home today?
Again? You say what?
Yes, yeah, you went to the party headquarters, your party headquarters. And
I'm always there. That's my party headquarters. It's always good. Whenever you sit with the President Weah, you get inspired to always be more loving to Liberia. When the man comes, the only thing that he thinks about is how this country I can't be proud of more than I'm always at. It's always a pleasure sitting with him. He talks about this country, how things can get better, how you can provide opportunities. And it's always a good thing.
I really want to answer you, but I really want to answer you, but I'm too hungry right now to even get into that. Seriously.
Please don't get into that.
Because I really do want to answer you, but I'm very hungry right now and I don't want to get into that. So we'll leave everything to go. Go with this side.
Amen.
But it's always good to see you, my brother, though. Why are you laughing? We'll leave everything to go because the thing you're talking about, I said I'm receiving something here, though. I'm receiving an executive director signing a check. The check was signed, director for budget and finance, comptroller CFO, and accountant, purchase of the 2024 Grand Jide and Nimba County by-election polling material, training and actual for the conduct of election in the amount of 161,500 United States dollars. Wow. Wow. Oh. So the finance minister then signing a check.
Yeah, for the materials. I think the by election, they gave me, I think, some money, $2 million.
How much you get?
I think
election. Yeah, I know. I just get a check document, election ballot paper, cash at bank, CBL project, $161,550. Wow. No, but this thing is too much of a different check here. Lord have mercy. Check number 0035446. Wow, Central Bank of Liberia, Lane Street and Ashburn Street. What kind of enterprise? Unique. The road district to unique enterprise. They gave. Huh?
But what's wrong with it?
No, I'm trying to investigate. This was given on the 15th. Today is what, Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Today Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
No, today Tuesday.
No, today is Wednesday.
No, my man. It's not 22 on my side, so it's Tuesday.
No, anyway, it's Tuesday in rescue country. But in the real country in life, it's Wednesday. If it is after 12 now, it should be Thursday, right?
Is it Thursday to you?
No, it's Thursday to the rest. No.
No. That's unmute yourself. You confuse me with the time thing.
No, you're not jumping over the after. I just saw it after one. It is Thursday in real world, but it's Tuesday in rescue world. You know, rescue world are different world.
It's Thursday here. It's Thursday here. So
Okay.
it's Wednesday at your end. See you.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to you now, it's Thursday.
It's Tuesday at the men's end. Rescue is different. Everything on rescue is different, my brother. Everything. It's Tuesday. Just stop.
I say you crazy. So on the 15th, which was, I'm asking because I tried to figure out when they wrote this check. I think it was on Monday, April 15th. They wrote a check to, yeah, they wrote a check to Unique Enterprise for $161,000. $161,000 United States dollars. They wrote a check to Unique. But I mean, I don't know. There's something about this we got to discuss tomorrow. As it?
What about it? Because it's check already. What's about it?
No. The reason why you see I'm doing it like this because we will discuss it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we will. Wow. I mean, let me just leave this one because I got a lot of document here from Goodwill people that love Spoon. They gave us no as something with it, something wrong with the check. No as it.
The country, the check being rescued.
No. Charles Tabar, I'm gonna reveal the checks to you, and we're gonna talk about it, and you can decide. A lot of different money moving parts here, and we're gonna see what's going on here with all this different money from National Election Commission, the different company that are receiving the money.
The United Party in power now, my brother. We know what United Party can do. So United Party in power.
No, I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just saying that we got to look at
I didn't accuse no one. I just said that United Party in power. Is that lie? Like United Party in power now.
We will look at these checks. So many checks. A lot of them that was written to different companies on behalf of the National Election Commission, and a lot of them too this week. I know they are preparing for the election in Grand Jida and Nimba County, and you know that Prince Joseph.
The central government should be transferring money to the National Election Commission, and National Election Commission should go ahead and do their own thing, including their own procurement. So I'm not sure why with Minister Kamara, Obama Kamara, signature of your check and stuff. I don't know. But,
no, I'm not saying I'm not saying his signature is on the check, but these are the question folks are asking. I think that's why they sent it to me, because some of the check have the National Election Commission, and some of the check have the Central Bank of Liberia. Okay, so we just have to investigate
as to why with the Central Bank of Liberia, right? Central Bank of Liberia check, the check was written to Unique Enterprise for $161,550 for election material. So is the central bank paying this person on behalf of NEC?
Well, I'm not saying it, but from what you've explained, I will predict the check is due on a central bank's account, meaning our National Elections Commission has an account with central bank, and it is on that account they wrote a check to the company, meaning the company will.
Then the memo, it should be okay. So that's why I said, because I have a lot of check, I'm going to ask question, and then we can, because we have most of the check that was written, and then we're going to look into it. This is Spoon. Minister Asido, please.
See, they are rescue children there. What, they are rescue children hit me? Oh, they rescue children hit me. So now, you know, I just been looking at the comments sometimes.
They say go to bed. They say go to bed.
Rescue children, they will just be here. But you know the funny thing? One rescue man going to bash crash car, the money increase. He there complaining and he turn around, he won't be talking to me. But my man, go back. Why you go?
So the man turned around and said that you increase the money.
I mean, they want to increase the price for the thing to go to buy. Why I gotta do what I want again? I said no, rescue children will just be on me every day. Hey, yeah. If nobody will make me popular or ever rescue children, because you can call my name.
I say you all the people too that they all they whole thing about it.
You know, rescue children like my business. They like my business more than anything, my brother. I swear to God.
All I know, I want to say thank you very much, Nelson. Have a good night. Asido, as always, thank you. And yes, thanks to all of our many fans. Have a good night.
Bye.
Well, folks, we want to say thank you. Oh, Minister Doya, camera still on. The rescue. All right, so we want to say thank you again for being here tonight. Thanks to all of you for watching the show. We appreciate our many followers across the world who always join us here to express themselves and form part of the national discourse. We appreciate our folks in Radio Land for listening. As usual, we're always live across the country on several frequencies. So we live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We've been live on Fabric 101.1 and Super 95.5 FM. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, Trust FM in Bomi County, and of course, Trend Radio in Grand Crew County. Thanks to our folks across the internet on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Thanks to all of you for being here tonight. It's been a great show. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow, and you can join us. Until then, the late night show will be on shortly. That's just in a few minutes from now. Lots of things to talk about. You can join us. I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night, and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Cumber with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.